Welcome to Tessera Cross Country Skiing Stadium in Val di Fiemme for the 2026 Milano Cortina Paralympic Winter Games. It's the Biathlon sprint competition. And where are we? We are 4 hours roughly northeast of Milan, at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Conditions nearly perfect for both athletes and for spectators as well. On a notoriously fast and flat course that awaits the athletes, and it's a star-studded and power-packed field of para-athletes, including multiple World and Paralympic Winter Games champions. There's a lovely overview of Lago di Tessera, where we've been racing for over 50 years. It's hosted plenty of World Championships on 3 occasions, also plenty of World Cup races. So it's a familiar track for the athletes today on what is quite a warm day.
Quite a warm day, yes, 6 degrees, so it's going to be reasonably pleasant. The athletes have been out warming up over the past couple of hours, and you've seen a lot of them out there wearing singlets because it's reasonably warm out there for them, but obviously they will be getting into their full gear. It's a day of the sprint sessions. We're going to have the women's and men's sprint in the sitting, standing and vision impaired categories, beginning with the women's sprint sitting category.
The athletes will be set off in intervals of 30 seconds. The first lap, 2.2 kilometers, and then they'll enter the range, and then 2.5 kilometers for the second and third. And I mentioned a star-studded field with the gold, silver and bronze medalists from Beijing here. Lauren Parker of Australia will start us off a very strong People's Republic of China team, and also from America as well, Oksana Masters, Kendall Gletch. Well, they'll be fighting over the gold once again. They were the gold and bronze medalist from Beijing, with Shay Ling, the silver medalist, here as well.
You saw various explanations there. You've got numbers LW and then the likes of 10, 12, 10.5. Those are the levels of impairment of the various athletes here. It's the sitting category. So it's all sit skiing, they're all in sit skis, so they all have lower limb impairments, and we will explain those as the various athletes come out.
The athletes lining up in race called order number 1. Lauren Parker of Australia will start the women's sprint sitting competition. Plenty of experience and plenty of medalists, as we've mentioned, but also a number of very, very exciting youngsters. Can they find their way onto the podium? Will we have a little bit of a changing of the guard in the women's sitting sprint? There's Oksana Masters, the defending Paralympic Winter Games champion. Louisville, Kentucky, and her 3rd Paralympic Winter Games, most decorated US Winter Paralympian of all time, and one of the stars.
One of a number of athletes you tend to get in para sports. You'll have them competing in the Summer and Winter Paralympic Games. So Oksana Masters, a gold medalist, double gold medalist in both Tokyo and Paris in paracycling. Kim Yoon-ji talking about the youngsters, 19 years old, from Seoul, and she's the flag bearer for Republic of Korea at the opening ceremony. She's taking part in all 3 biathlon and all 3 cross-country events here.
Yeah, very, very exciting athlete who is a cross-country sprint champion. She's finished in the bronze in the biathlon. One to look out for, but we're starting with Lauren Parker.
Lauren Parker, LW10, as you can see on your screen. That means disability in lower limbs and no sitting balance. She's one of a number of athletes, as we've already mentioned, who compete summer and winter, triathlon and cycling gold medalist in 2024, triathlon silver medalist in 2020, only took up skiing in June 2025, and here she is already.
Next away will be Han Chung-hee. And away she goes. 22 years old, first Paralympic Winter Games. Great experience early on in her career in racing in Östersund in Sweden. The World Championships, just out of the medal places. And a few years later, here she is on the biggest stage of all.
Christina Picton she's from Ontario in Canada, an LW12, so impairments in the lower limbs obviously, but a normal trunk function, so you'll see she's got a greater push the way she's accelerating away out of the gate there. Silver in the Women's International Para Ice Hockey, so sled hockey tournament in Brampton, Ontario in 2014, and she was also at the Winter Games in 2022.
Regina Senna Souza, one of two Brazilians here, and again the factor of 100%, and so 12 on that scale, so her time will be her time, and she is away and racing.
Competitors starting at 30-second intervals. Here's the second Brazilian, Aline Rocha, 35 years old, 10.5 in the locomotor winter scale, so she has a little bit of trunk function but no sitting balance. Wheelchair racing in Rio. 10 years ago now, the Rio Olympics. She got silver in the Parapan Games as well in wheelchair racing. And here she is at the Winter Games.
Zhang Yitling, People's Republic of China, is next away. It'll be 12, so another 100%. Her time will be her time. Wearing number 6, very strong team from China in most disciplines, especially here in the women's sprint.
Here we have Andrea Escau, 54 years old, and the gold medals that she's got in the Summer Games in paracycling, 2008, 2012, 2016 in the road race and the time trial, and then a silver in Sochi, 3 silvers and a bronze in Pyeongchang in cross country. Biathlon gold in 2014, bronze back in Vancouver in 2010, that's 16 years ago now.
For the United States, Nicole Zano, a sled hockey player. Gradually improver after starting the sport in 2022, and she'll be looking to use inspiration from her teammates Kendall Gretchen, Oksana Masters to possibly get a medal here. Finished 5th in the World Championships.
Zano zooms, it said in the crowd. Chai Yuxin, 25 years old, Chinese para-athlete. She's LW12, so normal trunk function. And again, you see that with the push as she comes out of the gates. Competed in biathlon in 2022, finished 5th, 6th and 6th in the various events. Got a silver medal in Pokljuka in Slovenia at the World Cup in the sprint event, so she's an outside chance for a medal today.
And number 10, again representing China, Wang Xiuyu. 4th in this event in Beijing. Won her first world title only a year ago. Most of her better results have been over slightly further. Of course, she has pedigree, finished 4th in Beijing, 2nd Paralympic Winter Games.
All eyes now on Oksana Masters, competing for the USA, born in Ukraine, As we mentioned earlier, 4 gold medals in paracycling, 2 in Tokyo in 2022, in Paris 2024, and then 2 gold medals in Beijing 4 years ago in the 6-kilometer and the 12.5-kilometer biathlon, and another gold in the mixed relay in the cross country. What a haul for her.
Following Masters is Kendall Gretsch. Now, it might well be the case when they cross the line. She will be following Masters. Bronze medalist from Beijing, the most decorated US Paralympians in multi-sport history. First female athlete representing the United States to win a gold medal in biathlon. She was the gold medalist in Pyeongchang. Bronze last time out. She won 3 titles at all 3 different distances in the recent Biathlon World Championship. She's in good form.
Kim Yoon-ji, we mentioned her earlier, just 19 years old and fresh off being the flag bearer at the wonderful opening ceremony, competing in all 3 biathlon events here and all 3 cross-country events. 10.5 is her classification, so no sitting balance for her.
And last but certainly not least to go is the omnipresent Anja Wicker of Germany. 4th Paralympic Winter Games for the 34-year-old. Double champion back in 2014. Was 5th in Beijing in the sprint. One of the true stars of the discipline and a multiple winner and holder of the Crystal Globe title by winning the World Cup overall standings for this year and most years. Anja Wicker, she's very rarely on the World Cup circuit off the podium, and she'll be fighting for a medal once again at her 4th Games. And for the first time we see athletes out in the country as you would. And they are in their first circuits, and it's a relatively flat course with a maximum climb of only 9 meters. Total climb overall will be 37, and in recent events here the athletes have said that it's a pretty quick track, and with the warm temperatures, a lot of work's gone into making the track absolutely fine for these Paralympic Winter Games. A lot of work's gone in over the last number of days with these warm temperatures that we've had. Again, about 4 hours northeast of Milan. But there will be still, even though it's quick, a few tight turns.
That's exactly what we're seeing there, going around the corner. Jae Yuk-sin. Followed by fellow Chinese athlete Wang Shiyu. Oksana Masters, well, there you go, laying down a marker early on.
Split times out in the country on a number of occasions to give us an indication of the very, very early leaderboard. When the athletes go into the range, that's where it all can change.
3 laps and 2 visits to the range. Each athlete will have to shoot at 5 targets. There will be penalties for any of the targets that are missed, and after that, yes, once they come out of the range for the first time and get out onto the 2nd lap, that is really going to sort out. You will start to see a hierarchy establishing itself. Kendall Gretsch behind at the moment.
15.8 seconds, that's a very, very wide margin that Gretsch is behind Masters. Now, whether she has had an incident possibly on the track already, because after going for only around a kilometre to be that far behind.
15 seconds is a lot in this very early going, considering that Gretsch Masters set off right towards the end, seeing number 13, Kim Yoon-ji, the youngster, so 14 starters, and Masters and Gretsch were 11th and 12th. Now, the first people are into the range.
Picked on of Canada. And there we can see for the first time, the graphic. So 2, 3, you want to see all 5. Perfect shooting so far. 10 meters away and just 13 millimeters across. And that's the perfect 5 from Picton in her second Paralympic Winter Games from Ontario, Canada. And she'll be looking to possibly, if there's 1 or 2 of what you would possibly mention as favourites beforehand underperforming, it could be wide open for those silver and bronze medals. And by going perfect on the range, you will increase your chances possibly tenfold.
Seeing Masters going round a tight hairpin bend there, and it illustrated perfectly the challenges of sit skiing. And there we're seeing a perfect example of the push that she's got as well, flying past Nicole Zaino, her American teammate. Now into the range. You're handed the rifles by assistants rather than carrying them with you that you have at the Winter Olympics. And each shooter goes into their own lane. Zaina's in there now. You see them breathing in, breathing out. Couple missed for Aline Rocha. So that's going to be a couple of penalty loops for her. You can see the frustration, but the athletes, obviously it takes so much out of you having to ski and push, and then you have to get your breathing down, calm yourself, concentrate, get into a good breathing rhythm. A lot of athletes hold their breath when they're shooting. We saw it perfectly with Picton earlier on. She got a perfect breathing rhythm and then picked off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets. Now these are the penalty loops. So for every shot missed, you have to do a penalty loop. It's 150 for the standing athletes, 100 meters for the sitting athletes, so 100 for the athletes that we're watching at the moment. Picton in the lead.
Just shows you with a clear round of shooting what can happen, because of course you do not have to enter that penalty loop. And the amount of time that can be lost, it can be, depending on the track, as much as say 30 seconds. Here I would suggest maybe slightly less, as we see Masters Oksana Masters will be aware she probably would be in front anyway coming into the range, so she can probably afford to give herself just that little bit more time. But notoriously, Oksana Masters doesn't need more time, and is 5 from 5.
5 for 5, perfect. And away she goes. It is worth settling your breathing and taking an extra couple of seconds, because for every shot missed, you see how tough it is to go round those tight corners. But there we go, 41 seconds clear.
Yes, when you leave the range, you want to go left, you don't want to go right. Right is where the penalty loop is. Left, very sharp bend, which Sana negotiated well. And Kendall Gretsch will be shooting next. And, well, after Masters going clear, Gretsch cannot afford a single miss here if she is on what we saw with that split time halfway around the first lap. She's going to reach Masters. You feel she needs to go perfect and quickly, and that's exactly what she does. That's probably about half the time that Masters took on the range, and quickly gets into position. Off she goes, and again we'll go left instead of right. Will it be enough though? Well, she's pulled it back to 7.6 seconds, so I think our theory that there may have been a mishap halfway around the first loop could well have been correct.
Well, she was a good 15 or 16 seconds adrift early on, and now it's less than 8 seconds. We saw her coming into the range, and she came in quite slowly into her trap, and that was because she was slowing down, slowing her breathing down already, and already mentally preparing for shooting. As we see Kim And the nerves for the youngster, got the first one and then 3-4 misses in a row there. So all of a sudden, well, your race is over. If you've got 4 penalty loops to do, that's an extra 400 meters. That's her out of contention early on.
Of course, they will only be visiting the range on 2 occasions, so almost maximises the penalty really in the sprint discipline. And Kim Yoon-ji, she's only 19 years old, and in parabiathlon, generally, the shooting can get more accurate as you get more experience with slowing your heart rate and breathing down. And there's no greater example than Anja Vicker, the again Crystal Globe winner, multiple occasions. For her omnipresent, she is world class and omnipresent as well.
You can see her holding her breath. You can see her chest going up and down in between the shots, a couple of breaths, then she holds her breath.
Now, Anja Vicker, it could be interesting actually, the fact that she's missed the shot here, because she's going to go onto the loop, and one of the main rivals that she would have identified for possibly a bronze medal will be Kim Yoon-ji, and there she can see Kim Yoon-ji, and she'll notice that she'll be going around a few times, so she will be now fully aware that probably a couple of medals are wide open, and she is right there in with a chance. Go out onto the country once again, and Sanne Masters, after that perfect 5 from 5, we know that she is quickest when negotiating these small climbs, and also on the downhill sections. Coaches are located around, and they'll be saying exactly what's going on. Sanne Masters is looking strong for another gold.
Fantastic push all the way down. Gets into the tuck position for the little dip, so they have 3 or 4 seconds maximum in which to have a breather. Now she's going to have to go out of the tracks, which will slow her down a little bit, but she finds the track on the left as she reels in Lauren Parker from Newcastle, New South Wales. Wonderful, smooth skiing, fantastic rhythm.
Masters, she returned this season in sparkling form. She missed all of 2025 pretty much, and has returned just before these Paralympic Winter Games in Milano Cortina, and she's returned in fantastic form. And she looks like she's carried that here to Milan.
You see how quick a skier she is. She reeled in Lauren Parker, and then she was a good 30-40 meters past her in a matter of seconds.
Now there's a real pause there by Oksana as she came down the hill, and that pause was elongated. She knows that she's in front. She knows that she can just take that extra probably 3 or 4 seconds in that tuck position to slow down her heart rate, to just gather her thoughts before entering the range once again.
Yes, and there's the hairpin bend before you get in there as well, so slow into the corner, quick out if you can, as we go back to Christina Picton, who shot incredibly well first time around. Exemplary, in fact, second time that she's in the range, second of 2. 10 out of 10. Hence the big smile.
Picton absolutely delighted with that. She was a sharp shooter as a para ice hockey player, and here on the range she's gone clear, and Picton will be now out, knowing that she is 10 out of 10. And in terms of medals, Picton's name is right in the middle of the conversation for not only bronze but also for silver. We're not awarding Masters the gold as yet. Anything can happen.
Zhang Yilin of China in the range. 5 bullets on the left, 5 targets on the right. She's taking her time. Taking a lot of time, settling herself, trying to get into a breathing rhythm.
And perfect, 5 from 5. She was perfect 10 from 10 in Beijing when winning silver. Maybe a slightly unexpected silver as well. And the athletes from China, they returned just before these championships in their only event that the team traveled to. They won 5 of the 6 categories. So again, they are really in form coming into these Paralympic Winter Games. Masters is the master on the range once again.
Away she goes, all business. You saw that she took a good 15 seconds or so when she got into the prone position to regulate her breathing. And she goes hurtling around out of the range, straight into the tracks now. It's the final lap for her.
It's final lap, 2.5 kilometers in front of Masters. And she'll be setting a very, very quick time. We see Kendall Gretsch there wearing 12 just behind her. And we'll be shooting at the same time. He's Wang Shiru, who was 4th in Beijing. Who's a very, very quick sitting skier out in the country on the range. Well, she's had a few issues. Gretsch, well, that has to be the best 10 out of 10 that we've had.
Quick fire, quite literally, wasn't it? Out she goes. She knows she's hunting. She's trying to hunt down Masters. She knew she had to get in there, be absolutely perfect and very quick. And how quick is she? She's in the green, 1.3 seconds ahead. So now it's a sprint finish.
She couldn't have done more on the range. She couldn't have gone quicker than that. And she has reeled in Oksana Masters, mainly due to the performance on the range and quickly away as well. She was quicker than Masters around that very tricky left-hand bend as they come out of the range. So that lead has possibly extended by maybe a second or so. And the power that she's accelerated away from Andrea Escal is startling. Gretsch leads, Masters second, and they're over a second clear. Zhai in third.
Well, Masters really took her time, second time around in the range. We said a good 15 seconds or so to compose herself. Maybe, well, it's a choice. You can go in there and think, I'm really going to focus on my shooting, and if it takes me an extra 15 seconds, it takes an extra 15 seconds. It's worth it not to have a miss in the range. But in came Gretsch, lay down, a couple of breaths, and then bang, 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 bang. So Masters now back in the lead. Hurtling around the corner. Final lap, this is when they're going to start taking risks. We're not going to see her get in that tuck position and catch her breath.
Oksana Masters is very, very quick on the straights, and she is taking more risks, certainly around the bends as well. No mistakes. One mistake from Masters or from Gretsch, and that could be the gold going. Saw how far clear they are of the field. It's between the pair for the gold. Here comes the defending champion, Oksana Masters. She will know that Kendall Gretsch has gone clear. That information will be fed to her. And she's going extremely quickly. She needs to. Her teammate is not only bearing down on her on track, but is also narrowly in front.
At the moment we have the two US athletes, Masters and Gretsch, 2 from China, Zhai and Shan. Christina Picton also in the running as well. Gretsch, well, you can see that she is not the quicker of the 2 skiers, and a lead of 1.3 has gone down to a deficit of 9 seconds.
First to cross the line is Christina Picton with fantastic range shooting. She set the time for the others to catch in the second Paralympic Winter Games. Brilliant from Picton. The pictures have switched to the champion-elect. Here comes Oksana Masters.
Shan Yilin, the factored time. Look how far ahead she is of Picton.
And here comes Oksana Masters, crosses the line and has set a time of 21:21.3. Oksana Masters has set a time that is going to be difficult to beat as she defended her Paralympic Winter Games sprint title. Kendall Gretsch is chasing. It's Gretsch versus Masters. Masters' time is very quick. What can Gretsch do?
Fantastic fitness and lung capacity from Masters. She crossed the line, was immediately chatting with the other 2 who had got over the line 30 and 60 seconds before her and still had burning lungs and could barely find the words.
Rai Yushin, second Paralympic Winter Games for China. Active time there. So she will be crossing the line. Her time will be her time. Nearly 2 minutes behind Masters. We await Kendall Gretsch.
So far, as we can see that beautiful shot of this finishing area.
Masters in the lead, Zhai and Shan second and third at the moment. Here comes Kendall Gretsch. Definitely won't be first. It's going to be a US 1 and 2.
Kendall Gretsch crosses the line. 21:37.3. It's going to be a silver medal for Gretsch, which means Oksana Masters has defended her Paralympic Winter Games sit-in sprint title. It's a 1-2 for the USA. Masters has beaten Gretsch. The bronze medal is wide open. And the chase is on for the 3rd podium position. Here comes Wang Shiru at the top of the screen, chasing down Escal. Andrea Escal crosses the line in her 5th Paralympic Winter Games. The legends of the sport. Wang in 6th place currently. Souza in 8th place. Brazilians in the lineup, followed by teammates Nina Santos with an excellent time in 5th place currently. The champion Oksana Masters. Sure, the first that she will congratulate will be Kendall Gretsch, but there's activity still on the course and medals still up for grabs.
Third American, Nicole Zaino. place for her.
Starting to finish. Can any go quicker than Jia Yuxin of China for that bronze? Very, very tired. And Seong-hee of Korea. Experience gained in the first Paralympic Winter Games.
Young squad that Korea sent. They will only get better as the years go by. Lauren Parker, first to start. She's up to 11th.
Two more athletes out on the course. There's Vika. Vika did have issues in the range. One or two missed shots, and bronze medal was wide open. Gretchen Masters were clear. Currently, it's with Jia Yuxin of China.
Here's Kim Yoonji, the 19-year-old. As you can see, there's a 4 next to her name there. 4 misses in the range. That was the first time she was in there. The first time she went into the shooting range. So a very poor start for her. But has she turned it around?
Minute 19 behind, she moves into 3rd place. Shows you how quick she is. Here comes Vika. Vika going for bronze here in Milan. Kim Yoon-ji has just set the time that she has to beat. Grimace on her face. Can Vika win another Paralympic Winter Games medal? She can! She punches the air in delight. Vika, the last to finish, and will be awarded the bronze medal.
Fantastic finish from both of those two, who completely turned it around from the end. Anja Vika, 34 years old, 4th Winter Paralympics. Left it all out there in the final sprint and stole bronze at death.
And now, after the last has finished, the tears can start for Sana Masters. Draped in the stars and stripes. She's defended her Paralympic Winter Games sitting sprint title, and in stunning fashion. Sana Masters, gold medal winner. Kendall Gretsch with the silver, and Anja Vika, bronze for Germany. The men's sprint sitting competition going to start very, very shortly. It's a larger field here. 20 there, Scott Mina of Great Britain. And plenty from Ukraine. And there, towards the end of the starts, 28 of them, a powerful team from China. Thomas Rad there, just at the end of the athletes from China. One of the favourites, and this is wide open.
Kazakhstan's Yuri Berezin, 42 years old, in LW12, which means he has a normal trunk function, and look at the push as he comes out of the gates. He took part in 2022 in Beijing. An outsider here, he's taking part in all 3 biathlon and all 3 cross-country events.
First Paralympic Winter Games for Omar Alejandro Lorenzo, Argentina. One of 3 athletes here at the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games from Argentina. Nicolas Lima in the cross-country, Enrique Plante, alpine skier. And Omar starts his competition.
Here from the stadium announcer, Australian Matt Brumby, 48 years old, from Tasmania, LW10, so no sitting balance. You can see the difference in trunk function as he comes out of the traps. An Invictus triathlete, taking part in biathlon and cross-country since 2021, and he'll be competing in both here in Milano Cortina.
It's Dave Milne of Australia, 40 years old, originally from Salisbury in England. Former Royal Marine Commando, represented Australia at the Invictus Games. Has competed in FIS international events in biathlon and cross-country for the last couple of years, and the 40-year-old starts his first Paralympic Winter Games.
From a 40-year-old to a 20-year-old, Michael Neeland from Bozeman, Montana. He's a freshman at Montana State University. Been skiing for the past 3 years, taking part in the biathlon and cross-country here. His factor, the LW factor, is 11.5, saying he has a near normal trunk function.
And with a factor of 12, there's going to be a big cheer for the Italian Marco Pisani at his first Paralympic Winter Games, the 37-year-old. The biggest roar of the starters so far. Italian home crowd cheering on a superb multidisciplined para-athlete, hand-fly champion, gold medalist over the sprint in Invictus Games as well. Strong man.
Another multi-disciplined athlete, Won Yumin from the Republic of Korea. Took part in the Rio Summer Olympic Games, wheelchair basketball. In Beijing, he took part in the biathlon and the cross-country events, finished around 17th to 20th in the various events that he took part in. Same in World Cup events. He's a top 20 kind of athlete.
Welson Lula of Brazil, 32 years old, second appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games from Jurel in Brazil. Finished 21st in Beijing, W12, so again his percentage will be 100, so his time will be exactly how it is on screen. Big, powerful man, very strong shoulders, and possibly the quickest away, I'd say.
Minamoto Takaharu, 45 years old, another one whose factor will be 100%. LW12, so full trunk function. It's from Hokkaido. We've got some fans here who've come all the way across to Milano Cortina to cheer him on. And they'll be cheering him on at all 6 events here, 3 biathlon and 3 cross-country. Sprint is his best event, though.
Sergei Soltsev. Strong Kazakhstan lineup here in this competition. 51 years old now, third Paralympic Winter Games. He competed in Athens, the Paralympic Games in 2004. Over the 400 and further in the T54 wheelchair events, before then switching to the snow.
Higuinho Ribeiro Fernandez, a Basque athlete, so from coastal Spain, 43 years old. He's a para-canoer, but has swapped over to winter sports and will be taking part in all 6 events here, 3 in the biathlon, 3 in the cross country. 10.5 is his classification, so some trunk function, no sitting balance.
Camille Roca from Brazil, W12, so again 100% for Roca from Sao Paulo. Second appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games for the 29-year-old. Again, entering competitions in the biathlon and also the cross country, and will make up what is a strong Brazilian relay team as well.
Now the Ukrainians are starting now, first with Grigory Shimko, 30 years old, again taking part in all 6 events here. The Ukrainians, last time out, 8 golds, 9 silvers and 5 bronzes, 22 medals in Beijing. They'll be fancying some more this time around.
Number 34 is Pavlo Bal, who is a double world champion in relay. Ukraine have an extremely strong relay side. And also over longer distances, but at this short distance, 13th in Beijing for the 39-year-old. He'll be trying his hardest here for a medal and is a side chance of a medal, Bal. Very strong man.
39-year-old to a 38-year-old, Josh Sweeney from Arizona, for the Marine Corps, who's awarded the Purple Heart. Gold medal in Sochi, that's 12 years ago now, in para-ice hockey. And then competed in Beijing in the cross-country. He's more of a cross-country skier than a biathlete, but it's fantastic to see him here in the biathlon sprint event.
Number 36 is Alexander Aleksik of Ukraine, one of the new wave of athletes from Ukraine, only 21 years old, but with Paralympic Winter Games experience already as a teenager in Beijing. And his results since Beijing have just got better and better and better on the World Championship as part of the relay side. So Ukraine have a strong relay side. So for the 21-year-old to be in that side shows you how good he is now.
Yet another Ukrainian following on from him, Vasil Kravchuk, 29 years old, LW11, which is for athletes who have a decent sitting balance. Gold in the cross-country relay, which you were saying, such strength and depth for Ukraine, both cross-country and biathlon. So gold in the relay for him. Silver in the biathlon individual at the World Cup in Lillehammer 5 years ago in the sprint event.
The first view of the range. One miss for Berzin already. Once again, the penalty loop awaits just behind the range, and a second miss as well. And imagine it's just extra galling, really, when you miss your final target, to rescue in the situation somewhat by going clear with your third and fourth.
Yes, you think you've got into a rhythm. Colin Cameron, 37 years old, from Barrie, Ontario. Biathlon in 2018, 3 bronze medals and then 3 bronze in cross-country in 2022. So a multi-talented athlete, quite a sprinter as well. Got gold in the 7.5 kilometres in Östersund in 2023.
Here's Scott Mina of Great Britain. 36 years old, third Paralympic Winter Games. He's been in great form recently, although, oh dear, Scott, I blame myself for that. A terrible start, unfortunately, for Mina. He's got great course form coming into these Paralympic Winter Games. He actually finished 4th in the Paralympic World Cup sprint here in Val de Fiemme, and maybe just a little bit eager to get on with things. Let's see once again, just moving away from the tracks to try and get the clear snow. And athletes will do that. Once there have been 15 or maybe 20 participants have started, they will move off those grooves to try and get the quicker snow. And well, it didn't work out for Scott, but there is time to turn that around. Kapuscinski of Canada next to go. We'll keep an eye on the start here. And the Crystal Globe this year for the first time in his career. The overall champion shows his consistency, but also his pace. Now, he is one of Canada's, if not the world's most improved para-athletes, in my opinion, since Beijing, where he finished in 14th. The 40-year-old from Smoky Lake, Alberta, Canada, is on an upward trajectory in his 40s.
Not quite in his 40s yet is Mao Zhongwu, but he's nearly there. He's 39 years old. It'll be interesting to see how he performs in the range, because we know how good he is on the skis. In 2022 Beijing, silver in the cross-country 1.5 kilometers and in the 18 kilometers, gold in the 10-kilometer event. A great skier.
The reigning champion about to start. Liu Xiu of China, brilliant in Beijing. Very quick on the snow, deadly on the range. He was second in the cross-country sprint in Beijing. That shows his pace, and was fantastic on the range when winning the biathlon gold.
Speaking of winning biathlon golds, Yu Mengtao, 24 years old, so as a 20-year-old on home snow in Beijing. Gold in the biathlon 10 kilometers, gold in the 12.5 kilometers, bronze in the 6 kilometers, silver at the Pokljuka World Championships in the sprint events last year, so a definite medal contender here.
Taras Rad of Ukraine. He's been around, it seems, forever. He's only 26, third Paralympic Winter Games, champion over the middle distance in the biathlon in Pyeongchang, and he's been in brilliant form on the eve of these games. He won all 3 disciplines at the last World Cup event. He completed the Rad trick, and the silver medalist is looking for gold here in Milan.
Yudbol Kamitov of Kazakhstan. Gold in the 12.5 kilometer event at Pokljuka in Slovenia. The World Cup there. He was flag bearer in 2022 for Kazakhstan, taking part in all 3 biathlon and all 3 cross-country events here. Gold in the cross-country sprint in Östersund World Championships in 2023, so he was very rapid.
And last but certainly not least, it's the great Aaron Pike of the United States of America. It wouldn't be a Paralympic Winter Games without Pike. 7-time Paralympian, started back in London. He's a multidisciplined athlete. 4th Paralympic Winter Games for the 39-year-old, was 8th in this competition in Beijing. And will be buoyed by Oksana Masters, fiance's performance. I'm not going to give anything away, but after these games, I'll be informed that they will be married in Italy as well. Now, have I given away a little secret there? I do apologise, Aaron, as we go to the range.
Back to business as we have a look at the leaderboard coming out of the range. Of course, plenty of athletes have only just set off on their first lap. So once everyone has done a lap and been into the range, then we will see a leaderboard emerge as Josh Sweeney goes in. Pavlo Bal of Ukraine in the range, and a couple of misses for him. or one miss, I should say, because there was one target still to aim for, and he knocked that one down. So just the 100-meter penalty loop for him.
Great recovery there from Bell. I always think if you miss the middle targets, the third can then really knock you off your stride. It's time to recover if you miss the first, and maybe just reset yourself and start the procedure all over again. But when you miss the third, so then normally you'd see maybe another one be missed. But to recover, I always think that's a very impressive thing, as you see one of many athletes from Ukraine start. And Alexik, who was 19th in Beijing, he was only 17. And now, as a 21-year-old, perfect. And in biathlon, with age comes accuracy. That's the way things normally happen. So for a youngster to go clear on the range is very, very impressive. But when you've already had a Paralympic Winter Games experience, I think that will count for an awful lot at an early age, on the biggest stage of all.
Yet another Ukrainian coming in, Vasyl Kravchuk. Excellent cross-country skier. Let's see how well he fares in the range. See, he's just got a little sticker on the butt of his rifle saying Kravchuk. He's going left to right rather than right to left. Shooting very quickly, very accurately. Well, I said he was a fast skier. He's a fast shooter and a sharpshooter.
Some athletes will have just set movements, and I think Kravchuk there showed to great effect. He will fire at the first target and then have a set movement to move to his left. Fire again, set movement, fire, rather than individually aiming for each target. He will trust his arms to do what they've done in practice on many, many occasions. Cameron is displaying slightly different here. He's aiming for each individual target rather than just moving slightly across. But it's very effective, and if it works, it works. And it's worked very quickly for the Canadian.
Indeed, yes, as you say, a different technique, and the big breath in, up and down, shoot. Big breath in, up and down, shoot. Everyone with their own different routines. Left to right, right to left. No specific order. Some take a lot longer. Wang missing the first target.
Oh, it's gone horribly wrong here for Wang Tel, who was 6th in Beijing and would have certainly been in the medal picture. And there's an issue here. Now, we saw him reset after, I think, his second shot. So there might be just a malfunction with the rifle itself, which is just going to cost time and more time. So very, very unfortunate.
He's got to reset himself for the final shot, and he does so very well indeed. That is really to his credit. But he now has 3 penalty loops to perform. Away he goes and round to the right. Agonizing for him there. Yu Jichu, gold medalist in Beijing.
Two athletes from China, only a couple of bays apart. The defending champion. 3, 4, and 5 out of 5, and in very quick time, trying to defend his gold medal, and he's been perfect on the range for the first time. He's very quickly away. He's got to his skis very quickly and leads by 14 seconds.
Very accurate, very quick shooting. Liu Jichu to Liu Mengtao.
The 5 out of 5, slightly slower away. We'll wait for the split. It's going to be around about 10 seconds, 8.9. So it's a 1-2 so far for China. The gold medal winner from Beijing leads the bronze medal winner. What can athletes from Ukraine do? They started before the athletes from China, but there was one athlete who didn't, who started after, and he gets down to shoot. And his name is Taras Rad.
Yes, Ukraine with 8 golds in Beijing, China just with the 4. They were very much head and shoulders ahead of the rest. United States with 3 gold medals, and then 1 each for Germany, Canada, France.
And look at that, China, Ukraine, China, Ukraine, China. The top 5. Taras Rad has split Meng Tao and Zishu. So at the moment it's Liao Zishu in front, only narrowly from Taras Rad, and Liao Meng Tao in 3rd place, with again athletes from Ukraine and China hot on their heels.
Canadian Derek Zaplatinsky pushing his way up the hill.
Huge, long, languid stride there from Liu. Big, long arms and reaching as far as he can. Slightly different technique to a few. Shorter, sharper, quicker strokes, but here Liu Zhu is making everyone count.
And you can see as well, he is an LW12, so full trunk function. You can see the development of his upper body, and that was perfectly illustrated the way he was able to go around the corners, lean into the corners, and then get the push going straight afterwards.
Absolutely nothing is going to be kept in reserve. This is the sprint. Every single stroke counts. Full maximum effort all the time. That's what's needed. And then, of course, when they enter the range, that's when the calm needs to descend on the athletes. At the moment, they are at full throttle.
Chinese battle between the twin Lius, Meng Tao and Zishu. Meng Tao it is, coming up the hill here. Number 45.
Digging in with every stroke, trying to propel himself forward as quickly as possible. Here as well, deep breaths.
As you can hear them.
Even on the downhill section, well, I was going to suggest he might not take a breather. He does. So, or a few, and they need it.
The climb, reminder that the total climb is around 38 meters per lap. 3 laps, 2 trips to the shooting range in this sprint format.
You would normally have on a circuit, on a sprint circuit, maybe the one very steep incline. Here, the maximum climb is only 9 meters, and the athletes have said that it is a quick track. We've had that over the years. And I think it's just the absence of that really sharp incline. I think that's the only difference really here compared to many circuits that we've seen in World Cups and World Championships and Paralympic Winter Games. But the one thing that doesn't change and that's the range.
Still down 0 degrees. It is cold out there, but it doesn't make it easier.
The leaders will be soon coming into the range for the second time. It's going to sort out which of the Ukrainians and which of the Chinese athletes emerge top of the leaderboard going into the final lap.
Checkpoint just after the range and after the penalty area, the penalty loop that they have to go around if they do miss. So all of a sudden a name can be at the top, and then next thing they're down a minute or so. Some of the early starters start to finish, and a great roar from the crowd for their home hero.
Well, he was the 6th athlete to start and the first to cross the line, so absolutely fantastic for Pisani there to get all the applause from the home crowd.
Pisani at his home Paralympic Winter Games, what a place and a venue to make your debut. He's had a stellar athletic career in many, many disciplines.
He's currently top of the leaderboard. Now, one of the two Lius is in, Jichu. Faultless once again.
The fastest on the range, in my opinion. Very, very quick. Is that going to be the difference? Pisani's time at the top of the leaderboard continues. Waiting for Meng Tao. In comes Zhongwu. Away goes Wang Tao. Checkpoint going to be broken shortly by these pair.
Taras Rad, another medal contender. And another one showing absolute perfection in the range, speed and accuracy. Almost a case of anything you can do, I can do better.
And the coach giving him full maximum encouragement. They know now that with that perfect 5 from 5, 10 from 10 overall, he's in with a chance of a medal. What colour? We will find out for Taras Rad. At the moment, he's split in 2 athletes from China in silver, and he's gone clear. They're off onto the final circuit. They will not be entering the range again. We've got a new leader now with Sweeney from the United States. Joshua Sweeney, who was a sledge hockey gold medalist from Sochi in 2014, winning gold. At the moment, he's leading the sprint.
Absolutely perfect day for fans. You can see the sun, the perfect conditions, and some absolutely fantastic biathlon sprints for them to watch throughout the day.
Crossing the line there was Won Yu-min of Korea, who is the vice chair of the International Paralympic Committee Athletes Council, and competing in his second Paralympic Winter Games at 38. And great to see that Won Yu-min, he's still right up there in the world of para athletics on the snow, as well as in the boardroom. More and more are finishing their men's sit-in sprint. Sweeney still leads. Otto, some problems on the range, 6 missed shots. Can't 5 minutes down.
It's an extra 600 metres, and it's an extra 600 metres with a lot of curves. Mentally as well, it's going to play on the mind.
Babchuk has gone clear. He's racing to try and beat Sweeney. It's going to be very close. In fact, at times, he goes quickest by just over a second. 1. Babchuk is the new leader.
Thought he needed one more push to get him over the line. He coasted. As if he decided he was there a little bit too early. Now, fellow Ukrainian Taras Rad in the lead at the moment. So, silver medal in Beijing, in between the two Lius. Can he finish ahead of them this time around? Here's one of them. Yu Mengtao, bronze medalist from Beijing. Choosing not to go in the tracks. Hear how deep he is having to dig.
At the moment, this is an extraordinary final lap from Taras Rad. He's leapfrogged at the moment. Liu Xu, the reigning champion.
Colin Cameron, Canadian bronze medalist from Pyeongchang 8 years ago.
The best thing about Colin Cameron, as well as the fantastic performance on the ice.
Rad goes under the bridge, finds that fresh snow.
Yes, you saw him deviate there, get out of the tracks that have been churned up by a good 25 men's athletes, 20 women's athletes prior to that. Now this is where it starts to get very interesting.
Liu Xu crosses the line and he's 13.9 seconds in front. So the defending champion has set the target for the likes of Rad.
Yu Mengtao digs deep and he takes the lead by 8.3 seconds.
We have a new leader, Taras Rad. He's flying late on. Can he beat the athletes from China? Here comes Taras Rad, silver in Beijing. What colour will it be in Milan? It's gold for Rad by nearly 10 seconds. Taras Rad of Ukraine. A stunning final lap. He's made up around about 15 seconds or so. And the silver medalist from Beijing is gold here in Milan.
Well, we've shuffled the pack. It's the gold, silver and bronze that we had from Beijing, but in a different order as things stand at the moment.
He's out on track. Stunning final lap from Rad. It's going to be Ukraine, China, China. The time set a good 3 to 4 minutes ago by Joshua Sweeney is still holding strong in 5th place. An absolutely stunning competition for Joshua Sweeney. There is the gold medal winner, Taras Rad. He was the middle distance gold medal winner in Pyeongchang. Silver last time around in the sprint. And he's been in stunning form. No one's been in better form than Rad on the build-up to the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. The Rad trick in the last World Cup event is now turned into a 4-timer. But the 4th win on the bounce is the biggest of all. It's the Paralympic Winter Games gold medal. Scott Mina enjoying his competition, especially on the snow rather than the range for Scott. It didn't start too well. And I'm pretty sure Scott will have a bit of a wry smile after that. Terrible start, but finishes with a smile. He's got the first to congratulate as well. Taras Rad. In a battle between Ukraine and China. It was Ukraine in the sprint who has won here in Milan. 26-year-old is now the sit-in sprint Paralympic champion.
Say he did the Rad trick, winning all distances at the last World Cup event, and well, he's laid down a marker at the first event here.
Aaron Pike of the United States. Big ovation for the legendary Aaron Pike. Crosses in very quick, 20:32.4 into 6th place. Entering his finishing position by 2 from Beijing. 39-year-old. Pike's getting quicker and quicker.
Derek Zaplatinsky crossing the line. 14th spot.
Handshakes and congratulations from coaches of various nations. Great to see. Camaraderie between athletes, all apparent, and also with coaches, helpers, volunteers as well, all those who make these not only games possible but also these athletes away from the cameras to get to Paralympic Winter Games in form that we've seen with Taras Rad.
The same podium but different order from last time, and these three are only 26, 24 and 28 years old respectively, so they can be dominating this event for years if not decades to come.
As we wait for Matthew Brumby to make his way through. Did shoot actually for Matthew. He was perfect in the first round, 5 from 5. Actually 3 from 5 on the second shoot, so a couple of laps around penalty lead for Matthew, which of course added to the race distance. But a reminder who we've got at the front of this race. Taras Rad for Ukraine was first over the line, 19:55 was Tao.
Athletes themselves sorted and ready. Awarding of medals. Well, it's number 1 for you, Taras. His second Paralympic gold medal. And I think that smile, which appeared about half a second after he crossed the line, is going to remain on his face for an awful long time.
Ukraine dominating in Beijing, 8 golds, 9 silver, 5 bronze. The 8 golds though, one of them wasn't in this event, that was a Chinese one, so that's underlining their dominance even more this time around as Matt Brumby comes across the line. Your fans have come halfway across the world. You can see Southern Cross flags there for Brumby.
Brumby completes his first Paralympic Winter Games sprint sitting competition. The 2-time Ironman world champion. The Invictus team for Australia back in 2018. The 48-year-old here in Milan. Now Paralympic Winter Game athlete.
Assolutamente ufficiosa, Taras Rad Ucraina in prima posizione Repubblica Popolare Cinese in seconda e New Zixu, Repubblica Popolare Cinese in terza posizione. E ci prepariamo alla prossima gara, sprint 7,5
Dallas Rad wins the men's sprint sitting para biathlon here in Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. Will Meng Tao in second will be the silver medal winner, and Liu Zhu in third with the bronze.
Calore della neve. Io qui.
Jasne? Jasne. Ale tu nikto není. Jak zazwyczaj. Jak zazwyczaj, braciu, jak zazwyczaj.
Fuck with them.
Yeah.
Somiglia a Tony.
Because they take it away and then stop immediately. Yeah.
Once again, give a huge warm welcome to the official Milano Cortina mascot 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. It's Milo!
È arrivato il momento di riaccogliere la nostra mascotte, abbiamo bisogno di voi, fatevi sentire! Torna con noi Milo! La mascotte ufficiale dei Giochi Paralimpici Invernali 2026 Milano Cortina! Okay, clap your hands, clap your hands. Okay, say, all your hands up in the air. And tornato Milo, welcome back Milo. Ci vogliono tutte le mani su per Milo, sì. Ready to scream, È il momento di urlare! 3, 2, 1, e saltiamo insieme, tesoro! Facciamo sentire il nostro calore per gli atleti e per il nostro Milo! Il nostro super DJ Roy in console! Sentiamo la voce, tesoro, dov'è la voce? Dov'è la voce? Make some noise! Take the time. Rapidamente le mani. E battiamole a tempo, vai, batti. Ok, Milo, riesci a battere le mani con noi? La tua terza, Milo! And make some noise, Super Roy console con la voce di Loris, la voce di Sebastian.
Alright, thank you so much, tesoro, thank you so much.
Grazie mille tesoro, siete una favola oggi!
And we can consider talking, but I don't know, let's see how they
fatevi sentire! Oggi abbiamo necessariamente bisogno della vostra voce, del vostro calore! Vogliamo salutare tutti gli amici delle scuole che sono venuti a trovarci oggi qui a Milano Cortina 2026. Un applauso! Siamo pronti, quando sarete inquadrati dobbiamo iniziare a ballare insieme. Ready for the dance cam? Pedro, are you ready for the dance cam? So first, put your hands up in the air. Smile on camera. And clap your hands up, say. Facciamo un applauso anche al nostro DJ! Make some noise for Roy! Milano Cortina 2026!
Milano Cortina 2026. 4 anni dal grande spettacolo di 2025-2022, tanti campioni, tanti atleti giovani e agilissimi si ritrovano qui per il grande spettacolo.
sprint sitting and the women's sprint sitting. On what a morning we had. 6 medals have already been given away and some great performances from our Paralympians. They've spent 4 years training and preparing to be out here in front of you in Cesaro, and we are excited. 4 more events coming up later on. Now, you have been brilliant out there making some noise during the break. We know you are almost ready. So, Cesaro, are you ready for more? That is what we like to hear. Welcome to Milano Cortina 2026.
Benvenuti a Milano Cortina 2026.
Let's get ready to count down together and get our second session underway. Keep your eyes on the screen. Let's make some noise as we count down. It's 10, 8, 7, 6,
Women's sprint standing be away in the next couple of minutes. And we have the gold, silver and bronze medal winners from Beijing here in Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. Very powerful team from China, including the defending champion, Yu Jie, and number 11, who stunned the world as a 17-year-old when taking gold. Looking to go back to back. Wilkie. Speaking of youngsters, just 25. Saturday, this will be a 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. A strong contender for a medal. Crystal Globe winner for the first time this season. Building up to Paralympic Winter Games. Athletes just getting ready in their own way, warming up, although the temperatures here are well above freezing.
Gold and bronze for China 4 years ago, and there is the gold medal winner, Yu Jie, Zhao Ziqing getting bronze. They were split by a Ukrainian, Lyudmila Lyashenko. There's another Ukrainian who will be bidding for medals today, Irina Bui. Overall, between Ukraine and China, 12 of the 18 gold medals in biathlon 4 years ago. Ukraine getting 8, China getting 4.
The weather has got warmer as we've gone through the morning.
Expect the Chinese and Ukrainian athletes to be the ones standing out in this women's standing sprint event. Standing events, we've had sitting, now it's the standing, so the levels of impairment, there'll be different levels of impairment once again, obviously though in the upper limbs primarily, and we'll explain the various levels of impairment and facts that there's factoring to be brought in. Will affect the times, but it won't affect you watching it. You merely need to watch the times as they appear. Abe Yurika, 30 years old, an LW6, so that's above elbow damage or amputation. You can see that on her left arm. Sochi, she competed, so that's 12 years ago now. She was just 18 years old, came 13th in the 6-kilometer event, also competed in 2018 and did cross-country as well at both of those Winter Games.
Number 52 is Lyudmila Lyashenko, silver medal winner in this event in Beijing. Gets her competition underway. 2-time Paralympic Winter champion, 32 years old, 4th Paralympic Winter Games. For one of the mainstays of the powerful Ukraine squad. As Doesn't matter what the distance or the discipline, Lyashenko is a danger.
Sydney Jo Peterson, 24 years old. She is from Minnesota. LW9, so she has some upper and also slight lower limb function issues. So that will be factored in. Cross-country golds in 2022 in the relay, silver in the 15K and bronze in the 1.5K. So she'll be a very quick skier.
Anna Ganashuk, Ukraine, 27 years old, third Paralympic Winter Games, W8. Impairment, and we have very talented, both in biathlon and cross-country athlete here. Various distances, primarily over further than the sprint, but was part of the relay bronze in the World Championships in Prince George, and also won bronze individually in the sprint.
Brittany Hudak from Saskatchewan, representing Canada, LW8. So lacking function below the elbow. As you can see, amputee in the left arm. She got bronze medals in 2018 and 2022 in the 12.5 kilometer events, and a bronze in 2022, 15K cross country.
The LW8, Daniela Arovich of the United States, second Paralympic Winter Games for the 29-year-old. The biathlon bandits gets her competition underway as part of the powerful USA squad, who took gold in Östersund in 2023 in the World Championships in the relay. She was 13th in this event in Beijing.
Another Canadian coming up, Nathalie Wilkie. She's from a little bit further west, even more further west than Brittany Hudak. She's from British Columbia, 25 years old. Cross country, she got a gold, a silver and a bronze, aged just 17. That was 8 years ago in Pyeongchang 2022. 2 golds, a silver and a bronze. So she's a fantastic cross country skier, and got golds in Pokljuka in Slovenia in the World Championships in biathlon. So a real medal contender here.
Alexandra Kononova really burst onto the scene as a teenager, all the way back in Vancouver in 2010, winning 3 gold medals, including in the cross-country sprint, so pedigree over the shorter distance. 5-time Paralympic Winter Games champion, 17 times world champion, a real star of the sport.
Zhao Ziqing, bronze medalist 4 years ago in the 6K, and a silver in the 12.5K. She's 28 years old, from Hebei province in northern China. Silver and a bronze in Pokljuka at the World Championships in the biathlon. And she's skiing without a stick.
Irina Buri of Ukraine, 30 years old now, 4th Paralympic Winter Games, W8, and was 6th in the sprint stand-in in Beijing, but she was the gold medal winner over the middle distance. So the further they go, the more Bui comes into her own.
Now the defending champion, just 21 years old, again from Hebei province in northern China, Guo Yujie. She was the flag bearer, and she was carrying Chinese hopes in the biathlon in Beijing 4 years ago as a 17-year-old. First Chinese individual gold medals in Paralympic skiing in the 6-kilometer events 4 years ago, and she repeats here.
Have they saved the best for last? We will find out over the next 20 minutes or so. All athletes are out, either in the country or maybe in the range. Away goes the defending Paralympic champion Jay, a real star, 17 years old, stunning the world to win the gold medal, and a nice little thumbs up and a wink to the camera, to the world again, to say I'm back, a 21-year-old and ready to defend my title. We see the first checkpoints, and at this early stage gives us an idea of how the athletes have got on in the first part of their competition.
Yes, various checkpoints and the factored times will come up and show us who exactly is where. So we have a look at Brittany Hudak getting down into the tuck. It's not the most, it's not the toughest of courses. You will see them, as you can see here, a bit of a climb. The biggest climb is around 9 meters.
About 8 seconds behind Peterson.
It's going to be a little bit tricky as well. The snow is just starting to turn. It's getting a little bit slushy, for want of a better word, up the hill, which will make things slightly difficult on the climb. And also, in the standing category, especially on the final circuits, when athletes are really going for it, taking a few more risks, the chance then of athletes, especially around a few bends, taking maybe too much pace into those bends, will increase. So it's only going to get more difficult on the climbs. There is only a few on this track, but also because it's quick, I think the percentage has increased when it comes to possibility of errors, not just on the range with little to no wind, but when it comes to the speedier parts of the circuit.
Quite lucky that a lot of them are out of direct sunlight, and of course, as soon as we say that, we get back into the sun. But the climb that we were seeing there was a canopy of trees. That means that the snow around there is going to melt a lot less quickly, which is going to be to the benefit of the various competitors, as we see Lyudmila Lyashenko, silver medalist from Beijing, first into the range.
Familiar sight of Lyudmila Lyashenko in Paralympic Winter Games competition for the 4th time, and using all of her experience to go perfect. 5 from 5, that's what we want to see. We want to see all of those black discs turn to white, and then instead of turning right to go into the penalty loop, you want to go left, back out onto the track.
Sydney Jo Peterson comes in, and you may be thinking, well, why was she slowing down as she was getting into the prone position? But you really have to focus, you have to get your breathing down. They've gone 2.5 kilometers at absolutely top speed, and you really then have to calm yourself down mentally and in particular physically. You can see a couple of deep breaths in between each shot, and then Sydney Jo holds her breath when she's shooting. 3 from 3 at the moment, 4 from 4. One mistake right at the end, that is a pity. She is going to have to do a 100-meter loop. She comes out of the range now, and she's going to loop round to the right.
Dana Kanashuk. Athletes will be aware when they complete their efforts on the range. So Kanashuk will now be aware when she gets back onto the circuit. Again, they don't go left instead of right to the penalty loop, but they'll be fully aware of who is in the penalty loop as well.
They'll have a quick look.
They'll have a glance over. Oh, now there's a medal rival, and will give them a bit of a boost. Obviously, if they glance over to the right and there's nobody there, it could maybe work the opposite way around and put pressure on your next visit to the range.
Obviously, in the standing skiing categories, then it's athletes who have upper limb impairments, and so you see the stand being used in the range to enable them to hold the rifle steady.
The athlete actually comes into the range as well. They'll have a set program of movements, how to get down into a position which is both comfortable and gives them the ability to then go 5 from 5 on the range That might be quicker for some, might be slower for others, depending on what technique. It changes from sitting to VI to standing, depending on the athletes.
That's fantastic for Nat Wilkie, the 25-year-old from BC in Canada. She's an incredibly good cross-country skier, and it's going to be interesting to see how she adapts to biathlon. And that was fantastic, 5 from 5 there.
Kononova was in position very quickly. Almost
out
moving.
of position very quickly as well, in and out in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely, she entered the range very quickly, and she didn't stop and then get down. It was all in one movement, so very quick. She's made up time before and after, and of course going 5 from 5 as well. So that's very good. But again, each athlete will have their own technique, depending on what speed and also how they've practiced.
We're seeing different techniques, but we're seeing very effective techniques. So Peterson, Sydney Jo Peterson, with the one mistake at the very end, but the rest going 5 from 5. So fantastic standard so far.
With the majority of the field going 5 from 5, that one mistake has turned into a real issue, as we see Bowie wanting to go 5 from 5 again, looking already at this stage of the competition that even one mistake in this standing sprint could be enough to knock you possibly off the podium. Deep breaths before her final shot for Bowie, and goes 5 from 5. And I think the athletes at this early stage, they will know that they can't afford to miss. It might just take that extra second or so. Still awaiting the defending champion. Guo Yuzhe, of course, went last, so she will be last into the range. But at the moment, the standard with shooting has been very high.
Ukrainians setting the early pace. But yes, we were talking earlier about coming out of the range and turning left after you've gone 5 from 5 and having a glance to the right and see who's on the penalty loop. At the moment, absolutely nobody.
Sydney Peterson in the tuck position. So we see a lovely aerial shots of the circuit. You see how much pace you'll be able to take into these bends, almost taking a inside line to then make it as straight as possible. When we go on to the final circuit, that's when there could be 1 or 2 mistakes.
Let's go.
Yes, the second half of the lap, predominantly in direct sunshine, so that is going to affect the quality of the snow. We get back into the first part of the lap here, and it's Nat Wilkie again.
Sydney Peterson with that mistake on the range. Well, she's in third, and she's 15 seconds behind Lyashenko. 15 seconds is purely down to the miss on the range. To the shooting. Lyashenko. Perfect in the first round, second round of shooting. The prone position. On the range, Lyashenko once again. And a mistake to start with. Well, Lyashenko's recovered, but the mistake from the current leader, we'll see her move down the standings. She goes off onto her penalty loop. It will cost her time. Round about 25 to 30 seconds or so. Where does Liashenko come out? Just below 15 minutes, 14:55. Remain in front, but it's a time after that mistake which will be overtaken. Liashenko's chance of a medal has taken a big hit.
Yes, it took an extra 23 seconds to do that loop as we see her up the climb. And it's going to be tough on her mentally and physically, having made that mistake. Sydney Jo Peterson coming in, having shot one error in the first round. Steadying herself here, taking a bit of extra time. An early miss though again. One at the start, one at the end. That's going to cost her around 50 seconds.
So problems in round 2 on the range. Now, at this stage of the competition, we expect to have seen Huo Yuzhe towards the top, but the athlete from China, the 21-year-old defending champion, has had a very slow first lap. Perfect on the range, so there's no apparent reason for why the defending champion has been very slow. But at the moment, the athletes from China, the gold and bronze medal winners in Beijing, are in a lot of trouble here. And with Liashenko making mistakes, with Peterson making mistakes, all 3 medals are available here. And if you go perfect, as Wilkie has done, it could be one for you.
Nat Wilkie has put herself in a very, very good position. She is such a strong skier. And she's gone 10 from 10 in the range. And there she is, current leader.
Well, Kononova knows all about winning medals as a teenager. She's now 35, but she's still an athlete to fear. She's had podium finishes in the World Cup events leading up to the Paralympic Winter Games. And Kononova could well find herself with a medal again. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility. It could be a gold. This competition that looked to be a China athlete for the taking, Huo Yuzhe, possibly Zhao Zhixing, but at the moment, they're nowhere near the first 6. This is one of the most open competitions.
30 seconds down on Liashenko, Sydney. Let's go, let's go.
The gold medal is widely available. And the coaches at the side, they're telling all of their athletes, not only their position, but a medal is yours. A medal is yours. There we go. Has just been shouted. Take your pick from 6. There's Kononova's time. Bui, the latest on the range. She needs one more. And she gets it. Perfect for Bui, who puts her name firmly into the hat for gold. Well, she's behind Kononova. Kononova's gone very quickly on her second lap.
Liashenko first over the line. That is the time that she is set for the rest to follow.
Ludmila I'm sure, is in deep thought and she'll be thinking about that one miss. She knows that that miss could cost her a chance of a medal. She sets the time that all of these athletes have to beat. Wilkie in with a chance of a medal. Second by 5 seconds is the shout for Wilkie.
Ahead by 17, so clearly the encouragements of the coach are paying off. 17 seconds ahead, that's more or less the time spent. It's not quite the time spent in the penalty loop. Kononova, 10 seconds clear of Wilkie. Davai, let's go. The encouragements for Konashuk.
Sydney Peterson will need to go very quickly into the stadium. How close can she get to Lyashenko's time? Kononova. Are we looking at Kononova winning the gold medal for the second time, or for the second Games? She's already a 5-time Paralympic champion. She won back in Vancouver in 2010. Who would have thought? 16 years later, Kononova, at the moment, is favourite for gold once again.
Now Wilkie on the left. What's her time? Well, that is now the gold standard.
Wait, Alexandra Kononova. Wilkie has set the time for the others to beat. Here comes Kononova. And Kononova goes into the gold medal position by just under 5 seconds. Alexandra Kononova, gold medal winner in Vancouver, in Sochi, in Beijing, and she's sitting on top at the moment here in Milan. Hugs all round. Bowie is yet to finish. Irina Bowie.
You can hear all of the Ukraine fans, entourage, coaches, fellow athletes already celebrating what could be gold once again for Kononova.
Іди до нас, ходи, фотаємося всі разом. І до нас повертаєшся потім до мене.
Flag of Ukraine being waved. But there's one member of Team Ukraine who is not in that picture. And that's Irina Bowie. Out on the course, Jalarovic, United States. Will not be troubling Kononova's time. 2 mistakes on the range. Kostarovic gets a tremendous ovation. And here comes Irina Bowie. Irina Bowie's time is not going to be close to Kononova. Bowie finishes in 5th, which means Kononova of Ukraine, Alexandra Kononova, will be the Paralympic Winter Games champion once again. There is the champion on the left. It is a 1-3, Mila Lyashenko.
So delight for Ukraine and heartbreak for China. China, who took gold and bronze in this event on home snow 4 years ago. Nowhere near the podium this time around, either Guo Yujie nor Zhao Ziqing. we have Wall.
Guo Yuzhe, the defending champion, finishes in 7th place. Nothing wrong in terms of the shooting, but not in the same sort of form as a 21-year-old as she was when she won gold as a 17-year-old. She was managing, nursing in pain, errors and issues during training as well. Guo Yuzhe is not in the same form here in Milan. Fingers crossed she'll be back to that form in future competitions. But they are the three who will be on the podium. Natalie Wilkie there, moving into the silver medal position. Brilliant silver for the Canadian, who was the Crystal Globe winner this year by maintaining that fantastic form and over the World Cup circuit in the build-up to the Paralympic Winter Games. So a medal was certainly in her sights, and a silver medal split in two stars from Ukraine. Absolutely delighted with, but Kononova, the term rolling back the years is probably not really applicable. When you win 3 gold medals as a 19-year-old, and now you're 35, it's an easy term to use, but that was back in Vancouver. She won a gold medal in 2014 in the long distance, and then in the middle distance cross-country in Beijing. So she's been winning goals left, right and centre in Paralympic Winter Games. She's a 6-time champion, and she wins in 4 different games as well. What a start.
And the one she missed, Pyeongchang, when she missed out on the podium, she missed out on the entire event due to illness. So when she's there, she is almost guaranteed gold. The 11th and final competitor comes over the line. Abe was the first to start, and with 7 mistakes out of 10 shots, she was the last to finish out of the 11.
Natalie Wilkie enjoying her moments. Silver glitter on her cheeks, which will match soon the silver medal she'll be wearing around her neck. As we confirm, Alexandra Kononova is the gold medal winner in the women's sprint stand-in. Natalie Wilkie of Canada, the silver medal, and Ludmila Shenko, another medal for her, and it will be bronze in Milan.
Later on the starting after last and
sorrisi con l'atleta con il titolare numero 58 Alexandra Kononova, grande prestazione per andare a prendersi la vittoria lì tra pochi secondi. Tra l'altro è attaccatissima Natalie Wilkie e poi William Diashen. Ma fra pochissimo sarà il momento anche dei maschi, 20 atleti di gara per la sprint. I possibili protagonisti di questa sfida, la sfida sicuramente interessante, sono le organizzazioni che hanno
during the chances to speak to people. But that was a brilliant race that we just had there, and very, very close between the athletes as well, wasn't it?
Sempre protagonisti di sfide apertissime, grandi emozioni fino alla fine, nulla è scritto che dice che abbiamo anche tante sorprese, però aspettava sempre più affascinante.
If you had the design as well, it's a nice fastest option, the athletes at the event, what was really, really important about that was not the scores, but it's the scissors around it, was the shooting. Even one miss, really, really challenging.
Preziosissimi che si perdono, chiaramente quando vediamo la classifica di arrivo e i tempi di gara, vediamo che le differenze sono di pochi secondi, quindi fondamentale la precisione degli atleti a cui dicono di Dio, non è facile la distanza di 10 quindi
We've seen the hats, we've seen the flags, we've seen the cheers, and we've seen the chants. It's a very nice celebration. And a nice sight. All the supporters have been scattered. There are lots of emotions here in this game. Not just out on the snow, but from the sides.
Sì, è bellissimo vedere tantissime persone sugli spalti con i berretti nelle maglie nazionali e con tanti sorrisi, tutti i classici campioni. Oggi Biathlon, buono spettacolo. Nella sprint e ancora tante
Is that will be our next race? Will be starting in around 7 minutes' time with the men's sprint standing on the fourth race of the season. They will be moving into our pairs races and sprint first, men's sprint. That will be also just because that was the first time they saw us standing next to the borders of Tibet. And to it's getting quite warm in the commentary box. It's not just like the action is actually getting do you think that's challenging the sunshine and light? Is that
più difficile da percorrere perché sono tanti campioni sono abituati a durante adesso pensate quante persone anche una giornata spettacolare questa e ci sta accompagnando la giornata del Gioco Paralympici Milano Cortina 2026 ci sono ragazzi di atleti della categoria Visually Impaired gareggiano con una guida che scia davanti dà indicazioni all'atleta, agli atleti e il bersaglio aumenta come dimensioni, passa a 12 mm, 13 mm gli atleti delle categorie sitting e standing e gli atleti usano una cucina dotato di elettroacustici che ci sono una segnale più forte e una segnale più vicini sono dei quindi una parte tecnologia che aiuta gli atleti della categoria Visually Impaired a riuscire a sparare al fondo, ma li vedremo a seguire dopo la categoria
So, Alberto, we are less than 5 minutes to go to the next race. Once again, we have got some great athletes competing in that race, and we're starting with something comfortable. It's going to get really good.
The course awaits the athletes in the men's stand-in sprint competition. Warm-ups being taken beforehand in very warm conditions here in Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games, and the men's sprint stand-in lineup is as follows, being led away by Christian Toninelli in his home Paralympic Winter Games, and a large field go all the way down to Benjamin Davier of France. It includes a powerful team from Ukraine, also from Germany, Marco Meyer. Once again, Paralympic Winter Games, his second. Silver medal winner in Beijing. We've also got Grigory Robchinski, who's the reigning champion.
Well, we have a number of current Paralympic champions in this particular race over the various distances in Beijing. You had Wojcinski winning the shortest distance, 6K it was then. Then it was Marc Arendts over 10K. And then Benjamin Davier, whom we just saw, over 12.5. So 3 current Paralympic champions involved in this race, and they'll all be going off after Christian Toninelli, who has his own fan club here. It's from Lovere in Bergamo, so around 100 kilometers away, so not too far for those fans to travel.
Athletes will go off in 30-second intervals, so lining up according to race card number, their bib number. Behind number 71, Toninelli.
So we've introduced you to some of our athletes. You know how this event works by now, because we've just seen the rules of sprint standing. We are less than a minute away until we get things.
Champions of the past and what they will be in the next few minutes. Champions of the future, possibly as well. Some young guns going here in Flore. 22 years old is a real star. I'd say of the future, it might well be in the next 20 minutes. Let's find out.
So leading us off, Christian Toninelli, 37 years old. As we were saying, he's more or less a local boy. At the age of 37, he took part in the cross-country events in Beijing 4 years ago. Away he goes, and there will be a huge cheer from everyone in the Tesoro cross-country stadium as he gets underway. His category is LW8, so he has an impairment in one upper limb, obviously the right one, as you can see there. So there will be a slight factoring of his time.
Miroslav Mortezik, Czechia, wearing number 72, first Paralympic Winter Games appearance for the 50-year-old. A very tall athlete, gets his competition underway. 50 making his Paralympic Winter Games debut. Away goes Miroslav. A
50-year-old to a 32-year-old, Luca Tavashi of Switzerland. He's from Samedan in Graubünden, so that's just over the border. Obviously, he's going to be from an alpine region. Took part in cross-country in Pyeongchang 8 years ago, Beijing 4 years ago. And he's taking part in all 6 events here, so 3 in biathlon, 3 in cross-country.
From Austria, Stefan Igor-Riedmuller. He's 29, first appearance in the Paralympic Winter Games. Only athlete from Austria competing in the Nordic program. Has got a 17th place finish in the World Championships, building up to these 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
Plenty of fans who've made the short journey to cheer him on. Sato Keiichi of Japan, 46 years old, a triathlete, and he's been taking part in cross-country since Vancouver 2010, taking part in 3 biathlon events and 2 cross-country events here. Always seems to make it into or around the top 10, but he's never medaled. So let's see if he can really raise his game here at the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
Stefan Limke, Germany. Gets his competition underway. The 37-year-old who made his first Paralympic Winter Games appearance in Pyeongchang in 2018 was 10th in the biathlon sprint. He was a bronze medal winner in the mixed relay. Didn't appear in Beijing. Nice to see Stefan back at the Paralympic Winter Games.
Yuan Mingshou, 29-year-old Chinese athlete. His classification's LW5/7, as you saw there. So impairments in both upper limbs. And you can see he is skating without a stick. So his factoring will be 90%. So that will affect his time quite significantly. He finished in the top 10 in all 3 biathlon events in Beijing. And he's taking part in 3 biathlon, 3 cross-country here.
Alexander Ehler, Germany. Lemke mentioned the mixed relay bronze back in Pyeongchang in 2018. Zander was part of that team. 16th in the sprint in Beijing. And the 56-year-old starts his competition.
Barely half his age, 29 years old, Wu Junbao, another Chinese athlete. Again, LW5/7, so impairments in both upper limbs. 2018 and 2022, he entered both biathlon and cross-country events. Better results in the biathlon, and he's focusing solely on biathlon here. And he should be there or thereabouts in 20 minutes' time at the end of this contest.
Serafim Rahul, Ukraine, second Paralympic Winter Games appearance. He's only 20 and part of a new wave of Paralympic Winter Games athletes representing Ukraine. He's very, very quickly away.
Alexander Gerlitz of Kazakhstan, the Kazakhstan Winter Sports Athlete of the Year in 2022. Why did he get that award? Because he won bronze in the 10-kilometer events in Beijing, behind a couple of skiers that we're going to see a little bit later on in this event. He's a great skier, can have a few errors in the range, so it'll be interesting to see how well he skis and, more importantly, how accurately he shoots.
The cap is on for Grigory Bobchinski, reigning Paralympic Winter Games champion, 37-year-old, in his 5th now Paralympic Winter Games. Is he the man that they all have to beat? Bobchinski is away.
25-year-old Kai Jiayun It's another Chinese athlete taking part. LW8 is his classification, so he has an impairment in his left arm. Took part in cross-country in 2022 in Beijing and got a silver and a bronze medal. But he's concentrating on biathlon here, just the one cross-country event for him, 3 in biathlon. Finished 7th in the sprint in Pokljuka, the World Cup event.
Now here's an athlete to keep an eye on, Karl Tabure. 22 years old, first appearance in the Paralympic Winter Games. Benjamin Davier, his teammates, gives him a glowing recommendation. Says he can become Paralympic Winter Games champion here in Val de Fiemme. Says he just needs to trust himself on the range. So we'll wait for Tabure to enter the range. But a big danger to the field, the youngster from France.
Watching Gerlitz heading up the climb. Mentioned how good a skier he is already. That's a perfect camera angle to show just the extent of the climb on this lap.
Well, shorts are in order. Shows you how warm it is. We don't need a thermometer. What we need is Marco Meyer from Germany. Silver medal winner in the standing sprint in Beijing. Second appearance at a Paralympic Winter Games. He's a 3-time world champion, Marco Meyer. And he's got his shorts on.
Someone who hasn't got shorts on is Liu Xiaobin, 25-year-old from Hebei province in northern China. Impairments in both upper limbs, so not skiing with a stick. 7th in this event in Beijing. So he's got off to an absolutely flying start here, taking part in all 3 biathlon events and the 20-kilometer cross-country.
Yeah, very quickly away. Just the technique then different for athletes not using a pole, because it will be different on the incline as well. Next away is Terhi Yumanyuk. Second Paralympic Winter Games. Missed out in Beijing. Will be an outside chance of a medal in both cross-country and biathlon events.
Speaking of an outside chance for a medal, perhaps even an inside chance for a medal, 6'4" Mark Arentz from Prince Edward Island, just turned 36 years old. Silver and a bronze in Sochi back in the day. Pyeongchang, silver, a bronze, and then a gold in the 15K, and then gold in the 10K in Beijing, as well as silver in the 12.5. and bronze in the 6 kilometers. He's a definite chance of a medal, as is this man here.
Benjamin Davier of France. It's quite apt, actually, that Davier's following Arentz. He followed him in the Crystal Globe leading up to these Paralympic Winter Games by finishing second to the Canadian. Quickly away, the 5-time Paralympic Winter Games champion is hunting down more medals. And he looks like he means business. Away very strongly is Davier.
Athletes entering the range. 3 laps and 2 trips to the range. Toninelli having made 1 mistake. He was the one who got us underway. See Lemke taking 1 big breath and then holding his breath as he shoots. 4 from 4 and a mistake at the end. So 1 penalty loop for him that's going to cost him 20 seconds or so, maybe a little bit more. He's going to come out and have to go round to the right. You can see the loop there. fatigues you a little bit and plays on your mind as well when you're going around that loop.
You can imagine going around the loop, the only thing you can think of is that missed shot. Especially as you come back round in the loop and you see athletes then departed and going left out onto the next lap rather than having to go into the penalty loop. So we wait for our next. Can we go perfect? No, we can't again. It's that last shot again, which is causing a few issues.
Off goes Yuan Mingshou. And you can see people crossing left and right, some going straight out of the range and turning left. Assistants bringing the rifles over. Rifles not carried in the Paralympics.
Serafim Drahun, another who has missed. Well, if he went clear, Drahun, the next sentence was going to be, because there's been plenty who have missed at least one shot, it then opens the door somewhat to a group of athletes who maybe, before the start, could possibly be out with a chance of a medal. With more athletes missing, the door is pushed wider and wider because, of course, this is the sprint.
The door's open for Ehler, Alex Ehler at the moment. He's the clubhouse leader, as it were. As we see, sitting down and into the range is the 2022 Beijing gold medal winner. 5 from 5 in the blink of an eye.
Chinsky will cross the checkpoint in the next couple of seconds and will take the lead, and by a distance as well. Look at that, nearly 30 seconds. Reigning champion off onto circuit number 2.
Kai Jia-yun in the range at the moment. 5 from 5 for him. And he's incredibly quick as well. Look at that with the factored time. So gets his nose in front.
New leader, Kai Jia-yun, has leapfrog Chinsky.
It's a very, very good cross-country skier. We saw that in Beijing 4 years ago, but focusing on biathlon here. And clearly he's been focusing on his work in the range. Miroslav Mojtezek, a 50-year-old on the left, is being hauled in by Kai Jia-yun, half his age.
There is our leader, powering up the hill. Well, Tabouret were mentioned when they started. Carl has been given a huge compliment from teammate Benjamin Davier, but saying that the range is, the issue is the wrong word. He's 22 years old, first Paralympic Winter Games, full of talent. He needs to trust himself on the range. That's the words of Benjamin Davier. One shot missed. Okay, Meyer didn't miss. Goes third.
Tight at the top. Obviously streamlined there in the shorts.
Such a tall athlete, Marco Meyer. It almost seems unfair when approaching a steep incline. He's taking one stride for everybody else's 3.
Liu Xiaobin, 7th in Beijing.
100 e una di pregio nello sci fondo, 7 ai campionati mondiali, che adesso cambia un
5 from 5.
Very quick as well. Should be approaching the top 5 here and goes 5th. Only 6 seconds cover the first 5. And interestingly enough, Tabouret is in 4th with that one missed shot.
Arendts with a miss. That could be absolutely huge. He would have been in the lead looking at the time, and he's going to have to do a penalty loop. And he forgot. He's so unused to having to do a penalty loop that he went left. That's cost him an extra 3 or 4 seconds.
It has. It could have been a lot worse. If he went past, he would have had to turn round. He could have gone all sorts of distances before turning round. So, yes, a mistake, but I think overall he may have just got away with that because he could have gone an extra 100, 200 meters before turning around. It's happened, and it'll happen again.
He was in the lead. He would have been in the lead had he not missed that last shot. But you're going to have to add around 20 seconds onto his time once he's done that loop and the extra part of the loop that he added in. And all of a sudden, with 13 seconds separating the top 6, he's going to find himself barely, well, there's a bit of a gap after that, but he's going to be around 7th.
Very, very tight, very tight. Eager Riedmüller. One mistake in round 1, round 2. On the range, clear. Sonanelli, current leader. So a huge roar from the home crowd. This is very, very close. The one time which really does interest me is Carl Tabouret, who missed one shot and yet was only 6 or 7 seconds down. If he goes clear on the second lap, the 22-year-old could be very much in the conversation for a medal of any colour. The amount of athletes with one miss in the first round of shooting is extraordinary here.
Alex Ehler, 5 from 5 though. It's going to give everyone else a target to aim at.
Just a slight breeze, 1 to 1.5 meters per second from left to right on the range from an athlete's point of view, so not too bad at all.
Ehler powering his way up the hill, courtesy of 2 sticks.
There's been some techniques between Ehler, also on the far side on the top of the screen. A scampering motion for Lemke. At the moment, Germany sit 1-2, Ehler and Lemke, obviously because of their position on the course, but also through between them 4 very good rounds on the range. Now 17.1 is the lead as once again Tsai goes clear. Tsai Jian-Yun is 10 from 10, so perfect on the range. And the 25-year-old has just put himself at the moment on the top of the pile.
See him trying to reel in Wawczynski. Imagine being able to see, being that close to your rival who started 30 seconds before you. Wawczynski 82, Tsai 83.
We've still have Lorenz and Davier to come. Also Tabouret as well.
Tabouret is going to be around the corner. He's 84, so 82, 83, 84 can't be far behind. Look how fast Sai is going, though, pulling well clear. As we see coming into the range, Marco Maya, the unmistakable figure, went clear first time around.
Huge ovation for Christian Tondinelli and his home Paralympic Winter Games, and sets the time of 20:48. And at the moment, the Italian is in pole position.
Well, he started first, he's finished first, and he's going to be at the top of the leaderboard for a little while. So you could see that Wojciech, Tavashi, people like that, Egger Riedmüller, weren't in sight, so it's going to be nice for him and for the Italian crowd to have someone atop the leaderboard for a good while yet.
Marco Maya is not too far behind Sai Jiangyun. Now here's Tabouret. Cannot afford to miss. Oh, he's missed one. And he's missed two at the end. Well, have those two misses curtailed his chance of a medal? One would suspect it is the case. He's going to have to go twice around the penalty loop. And his chances of a medal have possibly gone.
Egger Riedmüller over the line and has overtaken Tondinelli, having left it all out there. Alex Ehler, though, is going to overtake him.
That's a very, very good run from Alexander Ehler. We're waiting for Lemke. Here comes his teammate. And that one error. Also, a little bit of tiredness, drops into second place, but Ehler's time is the time to beat, and I don't think there'll be too many out there who will go quicker.
Luca Tavashi. And sprint finish between two of them here. One of them being Borchinski, 29 seconds behind.
Sai Jiangyun crossing the line as well. As the reigning Olympic Winter Games champion with the air elect, it seems. Sai Jiangyun in front, with the likes of Maya, Davier, Lorenz to come. Gold medal is not around his neck at the moment. More athletes crossing the line, but nearly 30 seconds. Sai Jiangyun is in front from Borchinski.
Borchinski in danger of not getting a medal. He was the champion 4 years ago. Looks like Maya's going to be too far behind to overtake Borchinski.
A handful left out on the circuit. Third place at the moment. Yu Jianbao will be watching on and watching the likes of Marco Maya skiing for another Paralympic Winter Games medal. And at the moment, he moves into silver medal position by 0.2 of a second.
Didn't think he'd quite got enough there. I thought he was just going to be behind Wojcinski, but no. Up into silver medal position at the moment.
Camaraderie being shown there. That was the gold medal winner, Tsai Jiang-hyun. Hasn't been confirmed as yet, so just getting ahead of myself, but the first person to shake hands with Marco Meyer was Jiang-hyun. He's watching on. He's prowling around. He wants to know how Arends and Davier are getting on. Has he won gold? Manyuk, perfect on the range. Going to be out of the positions just. 4th place. 14 seconds out of the medal positions.
Yu Xiaobin was 7th in Beijing. And he looks like he's going to be finishing high this time around. 2nd at the moment, ahead of Maya and Wojcinski. More to come, though.
Here's Mark Arends of Canada. 17:49. That miss on the range has cost him.
Missed on the range and then went the wrong way, cost himself an extra couple of seconds. Benjamin Davier still to come, but he's going to be too far behind.
And it looks like Team China have decided that the positions will not change. The smiles have turned to screams of delight. The flag is going to be raised as well. At the moment, it's China gold, China silver. And here's Karl Tabouret, who knows that his competition has ended. Cruises over the line. There will be future events for Karl Tabouret. A big future awaits him. But the cheers are not only from the crowd, but also from the gold medal winner. And it's Tsai Jiang-hyun, 25-year-old from China. Davier, once again, following his French teammate Tabouret, knows the medals are out of range. It's hard work for Davier. Perfect on the range, but didn't have the speed today. Going over to congratulate Davier and also to help out as well. That's Marco Meyer, bronze medal winner. They would have competed against each other on plenty of occasions. Just checking on Davier, nice to see. Confirmed China gold and silver. Tsai Jiang-hyun with the gold medal. I've been with the silver, and Marco Meyer of Germany with the bronze.
cross country, quindi il mondo paralimpico. Sarà un periodo particolarmente intenso per loro, ma sono tutti atleti molto preparati che correggono costantemente nella Coppa del Mondo, sia della Biathlon sia della parasci di fondo, quindi possono sostenere assolutamente tutte le gare di questa grande Paralimpiade invernale Milano Cortina 2026.
Thank you, Alberto. 3 minutes to go then until our next race.
Athletes competing in the women's sprint vision impaired category in the para biathlon here in Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games, with both athletes and also guides on screen. Competition underway in the next few minutes.
You can see after the names of the competitors, you have NS 1, 2 and 3. NS 3 is the lowest level of visual impairment, NS 1 the highest. And again, times will be factored accordingly.
Guides clearly shown in their bibs with the big G and playing an ultra important role in the vision impaired category. It will be either in front, behind, using different tactics, different instructions, sometimes none at all. Athletes getting ready, along with the guides, who of course need to be top athletes as well. Many will have backgrounds in Nordic competitions in their own careers. The bond between athlete and guide, not only through instructions and technical matters when it comes to PI competitions, but also there needs to be an awful lot of trust as well. He's getting ready. Will start once again.
Obviously biathlon, so it involves shooting as well, and these are vision impaired skiers. They use an infrared rifle and they hear an acoustic tone on headphones when they get down into the range in the prone position and start to take their aim. And the tone gets higher the closer they are to the target, telling them when to shoot.
Targets 21 millimeters. Beyond the range shortly. Listening out to the athletes as they take part of that section of the competition. First, we need to start the competition.
Yang Chandru, 24 years old, NS3, so the lowest level of visual impairment, and her guide is Wang Guanyu. You can have male guides in the women's competition. Yang finished 5th in all 3 biathlon events in Beijing 4 years ago, so good form. 5th, obviously just outside the medals. She'll be looking to get herself on a podium this time around.
Now here's Maddie Mullin of Canada with guide Brooke Ailey, just 18 years old, first Paralympic Winter Games appearance. Fergus, Ontario, recent graduate from the centre at Wellington District High School. I'm sure plenty of support here and back in Canada for Maddie. And the teenager starts her competition. Go Maddie go, says the sign.
There we go, Fergus, just about an hour west of Toronto. Romana Lobasheva, 21 years old, so we're having some very young competitors thus far. Anastasia Shabaldina is her guide. She's taking part in all 6 events here this time around, so 3 biathlon and 3 in the cross country. She finished 7th in the biathlon sprint event in Pokljuka in Slovenia, a World Cup event in 2025.
And begins with Limery Cullen as the guide. 43 years old. First Paralympic Winter Games. And Bruce, born in Brisbane. He's been representing Australia for the last 3 years. Looking in the way.
Ilona Vorkovets with Darina Kovalova, her guide. Ukrainian NS3, so the least level of visual impairment. So her time will be 100%. She's taken part in all 6 Nordic events here, 3 biathlon, 3 cross country. She's had plenty of finishes where she's been around 4th, 5th, 6th in World Cup events over the sprint distance, so she'll be desperate to get on a podium here.
Alexandra Danienko underway, 23-year-old, making her first appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games. Hilsky. See with the instructions being given, a mouthpiece microphone round so he can give instructions to the athletes.
Oksana Shishkova, 34-year-old from Kharkiv. Got herself a silver medal in 2018 in Pyeongchang, a gold in 2022 in Beijing. Incredibly storied athletes. 3 golds, 2 silvers, 3 bronzes, all the way back in Sochi in 2014.
Florian Baumann giving the instructions to Lynn Katzmeier. Second Paralympic Winter Games. And a huge contingent from Germany in the stands as well. Just 19 years old. Yes, second Paralympic Winter Games for Lynn Katzmeier. He was a winner in Beijing over the middle distance in the cross country.
Kong Ji-hong, 26 years old. Liu Jiaxuan is her guide. NS3, so least level of visual impairment, and she's taking part in all 3 biathlon and all 3 cross-country events here.
Guide Emily Rolls-Weiss will lead out Johanna Rechtenwald. Second Paralympic Winter Games appearance for the 24-year-old. The model of consistency leading up to these Paralympic Winter Games. Johanna has won a medal in every race in the season leading up to Milano Cortina 2026.
Simona Bubeniskova from the Czech Republic, from Czechia. She has the highest level of visual impairments. You can see she's getting instructions from her guide, David Strutek, through microphone and headphones. She's a mere 17 years old, but got gold in the 10-kilometer event and silver in the 20-kilometer event and the sprint in cross-country in Toblach in Italy in the World Cup event recently.
Only Maria Volta with that guide, Christian Klassmann, away for the second appearance in a Paralympic Winter Games. 22 years old, bronze medal winner in Beijing in the sprints. Again, the German crowd going easy for one of theirs.
Wang Yue, 26 years old. Chen Guoming is her guide. Silver in 2022 in the 10-kilometer cross-country and bronze in Beijing in the 10-kilometer biathlon.
Last athlete to get underway, representing Czechia. is Karina Oglerova. Alexander Teva. So Karina is the big banner. Six-time world champion, 27 years old, third Paralympic Winter Games. He was a Paralympic Winter Games champion. Cross-country sprint. Beijing. She has the pace. Does she have the prowess on the range? All the athletes are now underway in the women's sprint visually impaired category. When it comes to VI, they do have these sharp, steep inclines. You'll notice rhythm is key with many of the athletes and guides. Slightly different with Yoni Maria Volta. Quite in time with her guide, not necessarily minus point there for that. Everyone has their own technique, but you can see with the others there's plenty who are following the instructions, essentially left and right up the hill, and then it's kind of your own free, easy way when it comes to the flat and downhill sections. Downhill obviously has its own instructions. Safety is key. Staying on track is key.
Avoiding other athletes as well. You see Taryn Dickens here, the 43-year-old. So as Kong Ji-hong went past her guide, having to say exactly where to go, how to avoid other athletes.
And here we go with the downhill. Just a brief look at how, first of all, you are going downhill in a VI category. That has its own. For my good self sitting here, it's something I just cannot imagine. But here we go on the range.
Very patient there on the fifth shot. Was Young, needed to be. Mistake on the third shot, so it's a penalty loop for her. But you could hear very clearly the acoustic signals, and she seemed to get very close very quickly on the first four, and then the fifth had to recenter. Two mistakes already for Lobasheva. Only the one direct hit for her, so that's 4 penalties.
With guides and athletes, it can be quite congested on the range at times, which brings its own challenges.
As we can see here, going into the penalty loop, the guides as well will be thinking, oh, I've got to do another 4 loops here, and I need you to shoot as accurately as possible. Varkovets is doing just that, 2 from 2. Five from 5, how about that? So Vodkovets and Mullin, perfect thus far.
Great shooting from Maddie Mullin. 10:13, that split time. Split times will come up on screen just after Vodkovets exits the range. She will cross in front by 47.3 seconds. and is the current leader with a clean record from the range. And the higher the pitch, the more accurate the shot. Markovets at the moment has put herself into a very strong position in the early stages in this competition.
Got the likes of Shishkova, though, still to come in, and here she is now being led into the range by Artem Kazarian. Her guide, a different guide from 4 years ago. She had Andriy Morchenko then when she won gold.
She's going to leapfrog her Ukrainian teammates by 14.5 seconds. So we have a new leader, Oksana Shishkova.
Kong Ji-hong. Depending on how quickly and accurately she can shoot, she's in the conversation. Took her a while to get the third, but she found the target. A couple of costly misses, and all of a sudden she's going to be way behind the likes of Shishkova and Vorkovets.
That hard work on the first lap has really gone to waste after those two misses. It would have been really close to the current leader, Shishkova. I say current leader, let's just change that name to Rechtenwald. Very, very quick is Johanna.
Wang Yue, bronze medalist in the 10-kilometer version in Beijing 4 years ago. She's out incredibly quickly. These times are coming down.
This is very, very quick from Wang. Very quick indeed, nearly 8 minutes. 8 minutes and 1, 41.7 seconds ahead of Rechtenwald. And remember, Johanna Rechtenwald coming into these Paralympic Winter Games has been the model of consistency. Medal winner in all of the World Cup races, every single race in the year prior to the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. So to go so quickly clear from her, so far clear after only one lap, that is very, very impressive.
Kong Ji-hong is right behind her. You can see Kong's guide right behind. And that means that there's a 2-minute gap that has been opened up already. Kong having started 2 minutes earlier.
Snow becoming rather wet and damp and slushy as Marina Edlingerova made her way up a slight incline. Very warm temperatures. Shorts in order for not only some athletes but for those in the crowd as well.
It's a lovely day to watch, perhaps less so for when you're out on the course at the moment. Wang in the lead, Edlingerova in second, Leonie Walter third, as she was 4 years ago in Beijing.
With those top 5, we have no errors on the range. So those times, you could say, not only accurate, but they represent exactly the form that the athletes are in on the first lap.
Lynn Katzmeyer another German. She got silver 4 years ago.
Hannah Rechtenwald, Rolls Weiss in perfect symmetry there as they go up the very short incline. There's the long incline here, which turns into a left-hander, and then the short, sharp 9-meter climb. Here we can see athletes going downhill, understandably holding on to the pole of the guide. The guide then becomes all important. The rolls do change from range to uphill section, and then now has changed once again to downhill section. The balance becomes key for the athletes as well as the guide.
Leonie Walter being encouraged up the hill. A minute adrift of Wang Yue.
Again, with no misses as well. It's looking like the likes of Leonie Walter might have to rely on possible errors elsewhere if they're going to win a medal here. Now the gap between the top two has increased between Wang and also Handlingerova.
Winiskova in 5th, a minute adrift, and perhaps most importantly, Shishkova out of the running at the moment. Shishkova, the current Paralympic champion. But it's not looking like a repeat of her Beijing performance. In comes Vorkovets. Maddie Mullin was perfect first time. 2 mistakes this time around.
Great experience for Maddie Mullin, but to go clear in the first round, that's exceptional. Brakeli, her guide, just 18 years old, Maddie.
Here is Shishkova, 2022 champion. 3 gold, 2 silver, 3 bronze medals to her name at Paralympics thus far. Not looking like she's going to get a medal today. However, who knows if she can shoot clear here. Clear and quick.
That's what the athletes want. Clear and quick. Yang in front. 1935, that will be bettered by the leaders, and Shishkova will give us a good indication of the time. That athlete, 17:09, that's what they'll be trying to beat before their final lap, and then it will be the stadium and the finish line that awaits. But for now, it looks like the medals will be decided on the range.
Lobasheva just getting into the prone position for the second time. She really struggled first time around, and that put her out of the reckoning. Rechtenwald, one of the quick ones. You can see that depending on how quickly she can shoot, she could be almost a minute ahead of Shishkova.
Also Rechtenwald before her 4th. It goes white. And all 5 go white, so Johanna Rechtenwald could not have done more on the range. Does she have the pace on the snow to be involved in the medals? She's She's going to set a new time to beat. It may only be for a matter of seconds. .36.4. Rectenval then will take over in front with the likes of Hong Seong to come. Walter just moving past onto her final lap. And Walter goes quicker than Rechtenwald into second as Wang takes over.
Five from 5 for Edlingerova. She is going to split Wang and Walter.
Then 12.4 seconds back, but Wang having missed one on the range. That shows how quick she is on the snow to still be in front from the perfect 10 from 10 from Karina. We're still with athletes to come on the range, their final round of shooting in this women's sprint VI. At the moment it's China, Czechia and Germany. Wang from Edlingerova and also Walter. Still waiting for Shishkova, who's very, very quick. Come on is the cry. Sana Shishkova. Also her teammates, Luna Margovets, remember, is very quick as well. 22-year-old from Ukraine, again part of a new wave of athletes from Ukraine who will eventually take over from stars like Oksana Shishkova. But at the moment, Shishkova is going nowhere. The only place she's going at the moment is onto the podium, but which will she be on? Bronze, gold, silver? We will find out, since she's gone quickest. Shishkova moves in front.
Rechtenwald coming up the hill. That's the time to beat at the moment. Katzmeier, fellow German silver medalist last time out.
Into the stadium they come and cross in line to set the time of 22.7 is Oksana Shishkova. Will be beaten, but by how many? Well, all the way to finish for Maddie Mullin. Too sure whether she had that in mind as she started her first Paralympic Winter Games, but a brilliant debut from the teenager from Canada.
You can see everyone leaving absolutely everything out there on the ice. The guides helping them to get the skis off and saying, well, I'll give you around 30 seconds, but after that you're going to have to get out of the way because this is the finish line and there's going to be a lot of people coming over here in the medal hunt any second now. Edlingerova being one of them.
Edlingerova has reeled in a little bit of that time from Ji Hong Seong. Guys will be fully aware that they will have to move away from the finish line. Look at this, 4 athletes within 2 to 3 meters of each other. And one of them, Johanna Rechtenwald, goes quickest. Then Wang.
Leonie Walter. She is going to be out of contention.
Right here.
Wang Yue then in front.
Kong Ji-hong, who got off to such a flying start, but 2 mistakes on the range.
Zakarina handling her over. 28 seconds down, but moves into second place ahead of Walter.
Second place.
Second place confirmed by Alexandri Potava. There's Wang Yue. The emotion just starting to come through. Yuming Shen, the guide as well. High fives from the gold medal winner to the silver medalist. An embrace between gold and silver.
That these athletes have. It means so much to win races or to be those fastest finishes, be up there at the top. These two have really fought during the competition. What a nice opportunity at the moment at the end there, just to celebrate each other.
Simona Kubeliskova, just 17 years old, coming over the line. Fourth place. How about that? Just 17 years old. We still have Taryn Dickens out there. Alexandra Danielenko is there as well.
Na prawo, pоворачивай.
Went into quite a tricky downhill sweep as they come into the stadium. And then it's into the tuck position, and it's a straightforward line to the finish line. But that is quite a sweeping bend, especially in the VI category. Goal. The 4 areas on the range. He's going to finish and crash a photo as well.
Nikita Stakurski, her guide, saying yes, you better stop now. As everyone's lining up. German flag there for Leonie Walter. Bronze again for her for the second Paralympics in a row. Wang Yue it is who gets gold, almost 30 seconds clear of Karina Edlingerova. of Czechia, Leonie Maria Walter, getting bronze for the second games in a row. Oksana Shishkova, the champion from 2022, finishing just 6th, ahead of Lynn Katzmeyer, who was second 4 years ago. 13 finishers from 14 starters.
Their guides as well.
Stato orientato per gli atleti impegnati, fa pochissimo, l'ultima sfida della prima giornata, di vedere l'apertura di Milano Cortina con potere 26, con i passi il momento conclusivo del lungo periodo.
The men's sprint VI category here at Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games Parabiathlon. Guides as well. The percentage factors shown on screen. We're talking through those percentage factors once the competition is underway. Very powerful team from Ukraine, also from Germany as well. Will they fill the top 3 positions from the end of 3 laps? The first of which will go onto the range. Second will go onto the range, and then the third will finish at the finish line. Nicole Messinger. So far, he's never medalled in a Paralympic Winter Games. 31, peak of his powers. Came into the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games with one message, Nico. He told everyone who put a microphone in front of him, he says, I want to win a medal. Find out in the next 20 minutes or so. Nico will. Athletes getting ready along with their guides.
First up, Kim Min-young, 26 years old, from Republic of Korea. You can see that it says NS3, so that is the lowest vision impairment, lowest level of vision impairment. Björn Ju-young is his guide. Kim is at his first Paralympic Games. He's taking part in all 3 biathlon events, all 3 cross-country events. He's finished just outside the top 10 in a number of World Cup events in both biathlon and cross-country.
Ryohei Ryasu of Japan. 39 years old, second Paralympic Winter Games. Now the temperatures are very, very warm, and we've got a little bit of slush on the track. It's been prepared superbly. If it was to become very, very warm and it turns into water, well, we've got a world-class rower on our hands here with Ryasu.
Alex Leitman of Slovakia. NS3, and he has his guide Marko Havran with him. Hasn't got a huge amount of experience, but he's taking part in all 6 Nordic events here. You can see his guide wearing nothing but the bib up top because the conditions are getting warmer and warmer.
Very Poland, 22 years old, first appearance in a Paralympic Winter Games. And underway. Record is improving all the time with experience and age. He's been inside the top 10 in many, many recent World Cup events.
It's a family affair this time around. Theo Bolt, 19 years old, and brother Jakob is his guide. Just a teenager, Theo, finished in the top 10 in Toblach and Trondheim in the World Cups in a number of cross-country events, so should be a very good skier.
Sebastian Modin. Let's see the guide. Underway, 31 years old. Originally from Östersund, and what a fantastic place to learn Nordic skiing. 8-time Paralympic winter medalist, Modin.
Dang Hisong, 26 years old. You see he's NS2, so that's the intermediate level of vision impairment. Lu Hongda is his guide in Beijing. He finished 4th and 8th in the 2 cross-country events he entered, and then 6th, 8th and 8th respectively across the various biathlon distances. So experienced, and I'll be looking to improve on those results this time around.
Oh, Giel. About to start for the second time in Paralympic Winter Games. 15th in Beijing. 27-year-old underway. Yeah, that Radoslav Kozik, his set guide.
Anthony Chalençon, 35 years old, from Évian-les-Bains, just over the border. It's the border between France and Switzerland. It's on Lake Geneva, Évian-les-Bains, so in the French part of the Alps. 35 years old, Florian Michelon is his guide. Gold in the cross-country relay 8 years ago. And you can see that the fans there, they've got the big cutout faces that we saw plenty of at the Paris Olympics and Paralympics 18 months ago.
Yu Shuang, China, just 22 years old, second though appearance in a Paralympic Winter Games. 4th in the biathlon sprint in Beijing as a teenager. Since then, he's continued to excel on the international para-Nordic circuits.
Dmitro Suyako and Alexander Nikonovic. These two combined for bronze 4 years ago. 29 years old is Suyako. Gold medal in Beijing in the cross-country relay. And bronze in the 12.5-kilometer cross-country as well.
Maxim Morzkowski. Vitaly Trus is guide. First appearance in the Paralympic Winter Games. But a medalist on the big stage before the World Championships in Östersund 3 years ago. Was 3rd middle distance in the biathlon, so there's pedigree there for Maxim. Try and win a medal here.
Someone else trying to win a medal, Yaroslav Reshetnitsky, 33-year-old from Ukraine. Dmitro Drahun is his guide. He's finished 4th 3 times, twice in Beijing, once in Pyeongchang. Various biathlon events. He's entering all 3 biathlon events, all 3 cross-country events here. Silver in the individual sprint in Polyuka. World Cup event, so he's a medal threat.
So is Anatoly Beletsky. 35 years old, 4th Paralympic Winter Games appearance, Paralympic Winter Games and world champion. Part of what is an ultra-strong Ukraine open relay victory in Beijing. It was bronze in the sprint in Pyeongchang.
5th Ukrainian in a row, Alexander Kazik, 29 years old. Serhiy Kucheryavyi is his guide. Silver medalist in this event in 2022. Ukraine won gold, silver and bronze back then. And gold in Beijing in the 12.5-kilometer event.
Final pair will be 2 from Germany. Nico Messinger starts the competition for the 3rd time in Paralympic Winter Games. Robin Lundell, his guide, 7th in Beijing. And gold in the open relay and silver in the cross-country sprint, the World Championships in 2023.
Final entrant today, as we said, another German, Lennart Volkert, 22 years old. Nils Kolb ahead of him. He's the guide. Very good cross-country skier. Part of a Germany team that finished 2nd in the relay in the World Cup event in Toblach. But here he's entering one cross-country event, but all 3 biathlon competitions that we have. All 17 underway.
17 on track, out on the snow or in the range. On their first lap, now second. Athletes completing their first appearance at the range. Once again, the targets on the range just 21 millimeters wide, and orderly, higher the pitch, the closer you are to the target. Here we are on the range for the first time. Let's listen. Well, Kim has wasted no time at all. Too quick for us. Perfect on the range.
How about that for his first Paralympics, his first appearance, and that was perfect on the range. Ariasu alongside him. He's missed his first shots. Very well after that. Heard the pitch absolutely perfectly.
When they leave the range area, we saw the handover there of the poles to the athletes. There's elements in the VI category which you can maybe take for granted, but handing over the poles can cause its own problems, either from the guide, from the athlete, from other athletes starting or finishing on the range. And of course, these things can add up to time.
Theo Bolt, the youngster, 19 years old, setting the pace early on.
Theo has the likes of Nico Messinger and Lennart Volkert from Germany, 2 very experienced para-athletes, with Messinger and Volkert, who's to World Championships before, the first appearance in a Paralympic Winter Games. Both to help, but at the moment, Theo looks like he needs no help at all. That's very impressive on his first trip.
The women as well, in the visually impaired biathlon, likes of Lynn Katzmeier, Leonie Walter, Joanna Riekert. So it's a very good team that they've sent over here.
Now, Sebastian Modin mentioned before the start of these games, if I improve my shooting skills, I think I could challenge the team from Ukraine. I can match them on the track, but not yet the range. And, well, it's clear for us all to see there with the 3 errors. It's still the case, unfortunately, for the only Swedish para-biathlete currently competing internationally. And it looks like he's already out of the chance of a medal.
One mistake for Yu Xuan. Still going to be out ahead overall of his fellow countryman Dang Hee-song. He's going to come around the corner right now and hit the checkpoints. One of the many Ukrainians, Swarko, bronze medalist 4 years ago. That's why Modin wants to shoot as well as the Ukrainians.
Yeah, Modin, he did mention as well that he really does love the biathlon. Just wants to get better at it, wants to get better at shooting. Finds it very, very fun to compete. And, well, Sebastian, from our position, it's great to commentate on, great to watch as well. Fortunate for your first round of shooting. There, look at the snow, look at the slush start to really make an impact. Maybe more on the downhill sections in terms of possible errors from the guides and from athletes as well. Just going to make the uphill sections a little bit more of a grind, but at the moment it's making light work of probably the steepest incline on the circuit. Just 9 meters overall. It's the longest, and then you're out into the country. There is another sharp incline, but it is very short, and then you start your descent into the stadium.
Schwarko bringing up the rear here, but he's about to overtake Pavel Gil, who set off 90 seconds earlier than him, so that gives you an idea of how quickly the 2022 bronze medalist is going. And here the guides doing their job when you're being lapped, as it were, or overtaken. When you've got quicker athletes coming up behind you, that's on the guides to tell them where to go and when. Dang Hee-song, 26.6 seconds clear of Theo Bolt at the moment, but that's those who set off early and are well onto their second lap.
Hours and hours of practice in tuck position on downhill sections. We're trying, first of all, build up as much speed as possible, but second as well, to eliminate any mistakes. It could be an area of VI parabiathlon which maybe goes slightly unnoticed. A lot of attention on the range, but also to get into a nice rhythm with your guide, and to get into a rhythm that the guide is comfortable with as well. Maybe the downhill section sometimes goes a little bit unnoticed, but I assure you, full attention in training programs and regimes and up to major tournaments.
22 silver medalist Alexander Kazik is going to take the lead. There he is, 16.8 seconds ahead of Swiarko, who finished third 4 years ago. The winner then was Vitaly Lukyanenko, who isn't here this time around. He won it in Pyeongchang and in Beijing. So the door is open for other Ukrainians to get on the top step of the podium, and it's looking like either Kazik or Swiarko at the moment.
Here's the instructions given through microphones from the guides into earpieces on the athletes, as if needed. It's preferred by some, not by others. Depends on not only classification, but also the relationship with guide and athlete.
Nico Messinger, the German there, holding his own very well. He's only just been overtaken by Alexander Kazik. There's different factoring involved. Kazik's time is multiplied by 0.88 since he has the highest level of visual impairments. And that's one of the reasons why he's currently at the top of the leaderboard.
And the difference in time between the leader and Yu Shuang was roughly the time it took Yu Shuang to go around the penalty loop. So see how far you can drop an athlete down. Estimate around about 25 seconds.
Well, having gone clear in his first visit to the range, Theo Bolt has 2 mistakes there, so it's going to be a couple of penalty laps for him and for his brother.
Disappointing there for Theo because he was keeping very similar pace to Dang Hu Song, who finished in 8th position in Beijing. Athlete from China as a 22-year-old, and as an 19-year-old Theo, gives you a level of how quickly he was going, but we'll drop him back now.
Yes, he set off 30 seconds behind Bienko and had overtaken him, but all of that hard work undone. He's currently doing 2 penalty laps.
Has it to the left. Over on the right. Hunting's come through. Nico Messinger in 4th place. Kazik ahead by nearly 40 seconds. Silver medal winner in Beijing. He's in the gold medal conversation here in Milan.
Yes, NS1, so the highest level of visual impairment, which is why he was holding on to the sticks of the guide Serhii Kokiravyi. Messinger not having to do that. He's NS2, so intermediate level, not having to hold on to Robin Wunderler's sticks.
Robin Wunderler's a tall man. Lovely little slipstream behind him for the athletes. This tuck position will be employed for an awful long way. It's a huge sweeping right-hander before you get to the stadium. And you gather a lot of pace then, which can take you over a few humps and bumps before you enter the stadium and ultimately the finish straight in the line. Lovely setup.
Pavel Gil, Polish athlete to the left, and then to the right, Alex Leitman from Slovakia. Leitman not putting in his best performance in the range today. Breathing very heavily. Turns it around, gets the last 2. Still a couple of penalty laps for him.
Quickly away. Unfortunately, we'll be quickly into the penalty loop. A couple of occasions. Now Dimitro Siarko, being encouraged by both guides and coaches. Just behind Shinitsky at the moment. Very close between the pair as they enter the stadium. That's going to be in 3/4 of a lap's time. There's still an awful lot can change here. The medals picture has not been completed.
Everyone's had 2 visits to the range, so it's now down to sheer speed and skiing ability, stamina. Kim, who got us underway, Ariyasu, who went out second. And the last one's coming into the range.
Starting to finish their competition and got in one of those. His time will be beaten fairly swiftly. And Van Husong is the current leader. What has happened to Alexander Kazik? The answer is he's gone clear. And he's gone very quickly now ahead of his teammates. 48 seconds clear as well. Now out onto his final circuit. Kazik is hunting down a goal.
19-year-old Theobald crosses the line in his first Paralympics. Kim Min-young, 26, again in his first Paralympics.
It's appearing on the top of the screen in the top position, entering the stadium all the time. Second by 16.8 seconds behind countryman Dang.
Plenty of Ukrainians still to come though.
At the moment, China 1-2, but the likes of Kazik still out there.
Shuiako crosses the line, splits the 2 Chinese athletes. Bronze 4 years ago. Currently in silver medal position. Currently in the prone position.
Silver medal for Shuiako at the moment. He will be still with a chance of a medal. More than likely going to drop down with Kazik. What will happen elsewhere? Will he be dropping out of the medal picture? Because here comes Rashetinsky. Rashetinsky will go quickest overall by 4.4 seconds. A little bit of surprise in my voice. I thought he was going to be behind Dang.
Went clear both times in his visits to the range, and that's paid dividends for him.
A superb final lap from Yaroslav.
Anatoly Kovalevsky. Sneaks in there in second position at the moment. So the Ukrainian outsiders, you would say, are the ones who are making the waves here. Shuiako is now out of the running.
One number to look out for at the moment as he crosses the line. Number 135, Alexander Kazik. At the moment, it's Ukraine 1-2. Will it be Ukraine 1-2-3? And if so, in which order? Still athletes from Germany out there. Nico Messinger, Leonard Walker as well. All they can do is sit and wait.
Rashetinsky trying to catch his breath and wondering, is he going to be reeled in? Is he going to be overtaken?
Sebastian Modin. Issues in round 1 on the range, 4 next to his name, 4 errors. Means he's just going to coast over the line, out to the medals picture. Kazik still to come. Here comes Alexander Kazik. He comes forward to the line and he goes over a minute clear. Alexander Kazik into the gold medal position. And Ukraine gold, silver and bronze in the sprint VI. Alexander Kazik. We were waiting for him to cross the line. We could have waited for a lot longer. He's over a minute clear.
It's the second Paralympic Winter Games in a row where it's been gold, silver and bronze for Ukraine in the men's sprint vision impaired biathlon.
Flag of Ukraine being waved. Rightly so. A 1-2-3 in the men's VI sprint. There's the champion, Alexander Kazik. It's still to find the finish line. Here they come.
Down towards the stadium section. Sure, we bring all of our athletes home in style. You've been amazing at cheering everybody on and bringing them home today. But do not stop now as we welcome into the stadium.
Matis Volker will finish the men's VI competition over the sprint distance in 8th place. Team Ukraine, it is gold, it is silver, and it is bronze as well.
He enjoys the moment and look at that, a smile as he comes up and over the hill, comes down into the stadium section alongside his guy.
Ты меня не даешь, я мгновенно фото.
Once again, gold, silver and bronze for Ukraine. Kazik, Reshetinsky and Kovalevsky. Fantastic performance by them. Kovalevsky, a bronze medalist in 2018. Kazik, a silver medalist in 2022. Ukraine sweeping all three as they did in Beijing 2022.
Хлопці, відійдіть там ззаді. Хлопці. Сережечка, відійди, будь ласка, бо мені все нормально. Санчик, не сховайся. Є. І Санчик...
Io non me lo traggo giù, lascia.
Дякую.
Знаєш, як ми до тебе казали?
Кажуть, як завжди.
У когось буде телефон! Давай, зайдем! Хорошо! Ой,
the Paralympic Winter Games from Milano Cortina 2026. And clap your hands up, battiamo le mani, clap, 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 clap. Say. Con il nostro super DJ Roy. Siete pronti per saltare? Ci alziamo tutti in piedi? Up, 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 up. And shout now! Say. I say hey! I say ho! Che confusione! È un'emozione! Ok, è l'unico adesso. Gracias! Say! Right on eyes! Okay! Sit together! Are you ready? Say! Milano Cortina 2026, primo scopo, ready, it's your turn, and everybody sing, cantiamo insieme pronti, ok, say, ottimo così,
Okay, one more time. Sì.
Occhio, senti cosa arriva! Sei pronto noi? La vogliamo suonare?
Okay, so yes, you're doing the next song.
Ok. I'm ready, Lois. Ok, tesero! And clap your hands now, say! Are you ready, Roy? Vai Roy, facci sentire il prossimo disco! Ok, faremo partire una grande ola, una super wave a Pesaro!
Okay, so people, we can start right here.
Alziamo tutte le mani su, partiamo da qui! Ready to start! Say!
Ready, and there we go. Over there.
Alza e partiamo le mani! 1, 2, 3, vai! Sei! La ora la facciamo dopo, vai! Super Noise!
Ready, Sebastian.
C'è nessuno che fa... Oh! Ok, Pesero! Make some noise for the DJ Roy! Ok, ready to jump, ready to sing, ready to clap! Battiamo le mani, ora vai, clap! Occhio perché Roy la cambia! Ok, partiremo da destra e poi a sinistra. Tutte le mani da questa parte. Ok. Sì. Vai Pesaro. Milano Cortina 2026.
Ready.
Say. Make some noise! La speciale edizione paralimpica Milano Cortina 2026 è la vostra giornata di sport!
It's the first day of the Paralympic Winter Games of Milano Cortina 2026.
Clap! Say! Mister Roy console! È la nostra gara! È la vostra gara, Tesero!
Okay. Welcome back to the 90s.
Cerco un centro di gravità che non mi faccia mai cambiare idea.
And then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me and then just hurt me till I can get my satisfaction.
Salutiamo tutti gli amici delle scuole. Dove sono? Alright, thank you so much, Tesoro, and make some noise for our champions!
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 7.5 km sprint sitting.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint 7,5 km donne sitting.
The victory ceremony for the women's sitting sprint biathlon.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Presidente del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Mr. Ole Dunning, President of the International Biathlon Union.
Presidente dell'Unione Internazionale di Biathlon.
Bronze medalist, representing Germany.
Medaglie di bronzo per la Germania, Anja Picker.
Popular medal. Bronze here for Anja Vicker, 34 years old. 20 years on from winning gold in the 10-kilometer version of this event. That was in Sochi. Here she is. 3 Paralympic Winter Games later, back on the podium. Fantastically consistent performer.
Silver medalist, representing United States of America.
Medaglia d'argento dagli Stati Uniti d'America, Kendall Gretsch.
Kendall Gretsch, 33 years old. She was the bronze medalist in this event 4 years ago, and she's one step higher on the podium. Already had gold medals to her name from Pyeongchang. 2 of them in Pyeongchang, one in cross country, one in biathlon. And then in the middle distance biathlon in Beijing, she got gold as well. And silver this time around.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing United States of America.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica degli Stati Uniti d'America, Oksana Masters.
Ukrainian-born American, 36 years old. Won gold in this event in Beijing, and she has repeated the feat. That makes 6 gold medals for her at the Paralympic Winter Games. 3 in cross country. 2 of those coming 8 years ago in Pyeongchang, and 3 now in biathlon. Fantastic shooting from her today. Incredible skiing as well, of course, but her shooting was as accurate as it was
rapid. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of United States of America.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi all'inno degli Stati Uniti d'America.
and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Gold and silver for the United States of America, bronze for Germany. Oksana Masters, Kendall Gretsch and Anya Vika. The medalists in the Parabiathlon women's sprint sitting event.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 7.5-kilometer sprint sitting.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint 7,5 km. Buoni sitting.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
Medal ceremony for the men's sprint sitting Parabiathlon Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee.
presidente del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Mr. Ole Darden, President of the International Biathlon Union.
presidente dell'Unione Internazionale di Biathlon.
Bronze medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia di bronzo alla Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Liu Zishu.
Liu Zishu wins the bronze medal. Biathlon sprint sitting. Winner in Beijing. Bronze medal winner in Milan.
Silver medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia d'argento alla Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Liu Muktao.
Silver medal goes to Liu Mengtao. Third in Beijing, winner of the bronze, but here in Milan, it's the silver.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Ukraine.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico per l'Ucraina, Taras Rata.
Winner of the gold medal. Paralympic Winter Games champion 2026 is Taras Rad, Ukraine. Superb performance. Final lap, moving from bronze to silver and into gold medal position. Taras Rad, Paralympic Winter Games champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Ukraine.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno dell'Ucraina.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Gold medal, Taurus Rad, Ukraine. Silver, Liu Mengtao, China. And the bronze to Liu Zishu of China.
Thank you. Congratulations. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 7.5-kilometer sprint stamp.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint 7,5 km donne standing.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
The victory ceremony for the Parabiathlon women's sprint standing at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Ole Dane, President of the International Biathlon Union.
presidente dell'Unione Internazionale di Biathlon.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Mr. Massimiliano De Floria, Mayor of Tesino.
sindaco di Tesero.
Bronze medalist, representing Ukraine.
Medaglia di bronzo per l'Ucraina, Lyudmila Yashchenko.
32 years old and her 4th Paralympic Games. The same bronze medal that she won 8 years ago in Pyeongchang. 2 bronzes now to go with the 2 golds she has from the cross-country mixed relay in Pyeongchang 8 years ago, and 4 years ago in Beijing when biathlon individual events.
Silver medalist, representing Canada.
Medaglia d'argento è la Canada, Natalie Wilkie.
All smiles from the 25-year-old. Gold medals in the past. Cross country, 3 of them. One in Pyeongchang. He's a real youngster too. Beijing. Now a silver medal. Crossing over into the biathlon.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Ukraine.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica per l'Ucraina, Oleksandra Kononova.
Gold medal and Paralympic champion once again, 35 years old. What more can you say about Oleksandra Kononova? Six golds she now has at Winter Paralympic Games, dating back to when she was a 19-year-old. 3 golds in Vancouver, absolutely amazing. A gold in Sochi, couldn't compete in Pyeongchang due to illness. And then as soon as she was back in action, gold in Beijing, cross-country middle distance. And now here she is again on the top step of the podium in the biathlon sprint event. Absolutely amazing performance by Kononova.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Ukraine.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi all'inno dell'Ucraina.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
4 years ago, China dominated the women's sprint standing in the Parabiathlon, winning gold and bronze. Just Lyudmila Lyashenko in between, getting silver. This time around, Lyashenko gets bronze. Natalie Wilkie of Canada gets the silver, and gold to Ukraine, Alexandra Kononova.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 7.5 kilometer sprint standing.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint 7,5 km uomini standing.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
The victory ceremony, Parabiathlon men's sprint standing, Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Claudio Soini, President of the Provincial Council of Trento.
Presidente del Consiglio Provinciale di Trento.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Mr. Ture Boygaard, Executive Board Member of the International Biathlon Union.
Membro del Consiglio Esecutivo dell'International Biathlon Union.
Bronze medalist, representing Germany.
Medaglia di bronzo alla Germania, Marco Maier.
Punch in the air in delight. So he may, Marco Maier, Germany, second Paralympic Winter Games, second medal in the sprint stand-in biathlon. Bronze medal, Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
Silver medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia d'argento alla Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Liu Xiaobin.
Liu Xiaobin, China, silver medal winner, men's sprint stand-in. Ahead of Marco Maier. First championship medal, a silver medal for Liu Xiaobin.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico alla Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Tsai Chia-Lin.
Gold medal winner, Paralympic Winter Games champion 2026, and it goes to Tsai Chia-Lin, China. Multiple medals in Beijing in 2022, 2 silvers and a bronze, but here in Milano Cortina 2026, it's gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of People's Republic of China.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Repubblica Popolare Cinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
The men's sprint stand-in parabiathlon. It's a 1-2 for China. Tsai Jin-young with the gold, Liu Xiaobin the silver, and Marco Maier, bronze medal winner for Germany.
victory ceremony for the women's 7.5 kilometer sprint Vision Impaired.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint 7,5 km donne Vision Impaired.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
The victory ceremony for the Parabiathlon women's sprint in the vision impaired category at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. Gold, silver and bronze, the athletes with their guides.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mrs. Natalie Santa, IBU Executive Board Member.
membro del Consiglio Esecutivo dell'IBU.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Mr. Sven Biener, Head of Olympic and Paralympic Games at Omega.
responsabile dei Giochi Olimpici e Paralimpici presso Omega.
Bronze medalist, representing Germany.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Germania, Leonie Maria Walter e la guida Christian Kasman.
22-year-old Leonie Walter and her guide Christian Krasman. She got 3 bronze medals in 2022 when she was just 18 years old. The Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing. Biathlon in the 6 kilometer, 12.5 kilometer categories, and cross country in the 15K, and gold in the cross country 10 kilometer category. And it's another bronze for her this time around. She was the best of the Germans on the day, 3 of them involved in this event. And she repeated her bronze medal performance of 4 years ago.
Silver medalist, representing Czechia.
Medaglia d'argento per la Cechia, Karina Edlingerova e la guida Aleksandra Patava.
27 years old, Karina Edlingerova and her guide Aleksandra Patava, representing Czechia. It's her first medal in biathlon and her first medal for Czechia. 4 years ago, she won gold in the cross-country sprint event when she was representing Austria, and now silver today in the biathlon sprint, and this time representing Czechia.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica per la Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Wang Yue e la guida Chen Guoming.
Look at them, absolutely glowing. They're the only ones out there without hats on. Wang Yue, 26 years old, her guide Chen Guoming. 4 years ago in Beijing, she got bronze in the middle distance event, silver in the cross-country middle distance. So now she completes the set. A gold medal for Wang Yue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of People's Republic of China.
Signore e signori, se potete vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Repubblica Popolare Cinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Gold for China, silver for Czechia, bronze for Germany. Gold for Wang Yue, silver for Karina Edlingerova, bronze for Leonie Walter. And to give the guides their moment in the sun, which is well-deserved, gold for Chen Guoming, silver for Alexander Patava, and bronze for Christian Krasman.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 7.5 km sprint Vision Impaired.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint 7,5 km uomini Visually Impaired.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
The victory ceremony, Parabiathlon men's sprint Vision Impaired here at Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
The medals will be presented by
Medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Max Cobb, Secretary General of the International Biathlon Union.
Segretario Generale dell'Unione Internazionale di Biathlon.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Mr. Claudio Soini, President of the Provincial Council of Trento.
Presidente del Consiglio Provinciale di Trento.
Bronze medalist, representing Ukraine.
Medaglia di bronzo per l'Ucraina, Anatoly Kovalevsky e la guida Alexander Mukshin.
Representing Ukraine, bronze medal winner Anatoly Kovalevsky with guide Alexander Mukshin. The gold medal winner in Beijing 2022 as part of the relay cross country. This is a bronze medal by himself, along with his guide. The second time in the sprint, following up a bronze medal from Pyeongchang in 2018. Anatoly Kovalevsky.
Silver medalist, representing Ukraine.
Medaglia d'argento per l'Ucraina, Yaroslav Reshetynski e la guida Dmitro Drahun.
Yaroslav Reshetynski with guide Dmitro Drahun. Silver medal winner. And a medal that Yaroslav has been waiting for. Fourth on 3 occasions in Paralympic Winter Games here in Milano Cortina 2026. It's a medal, and it's silver for Yaroslav Reshetynski.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Ukraine.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico per l'Ucraina, Alexander Kazik e la guida Serhii Kucheryavny.
With guide Serhii Kucheryavny is Alexander Kazik, Paralympic Winter Games champion, silver medal winner in Beijing in the sprint. But silver has turned to gold in Milan. Milano Cortina, 2026 Paralympic Winter Games champion. In the men's sprint, visually impaired, Alexander Kazik leading home a 1-2-3 for Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Ukraine.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno dell'Ucraina.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Men's sprint, visually impaired. So 1-2-3 for Ukraine. Alexander Kazik, by Visually winning gold. Silver to Yaroslav Chetinsky with Dmytro Drahun. And the bronze to Anatoly Obolevsky with Alexander Mushin, his guy. So 1-2-3 for Ukraine.
Раз, два, три. Подожди, чтоб всех видно было. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Well done. Just to...
A tremendous para-biathlon sprint competition comes to a close, with medals being awarded to USA, 2 to China, 3 to Ukraine, 6 golds overall here at Milano Cortina Paralympic Winter Games 2026.
Paralympic Winter Games. Before you leave, please make sure you take all of your belongings with you.
Cari tifosi, la gara al Tesero Cross Country Skiing Stadium è ufficialmente terminata. Speriamo abbiate vissuto una giornata indimenticabile. Grazie di cuore per aver fatto parte dei Giochi Paralimpici Invernali Milano Cortina 2026. Dedizione